use this Prime Good. Yeah. You too, but I use it 'cause I don't know the other. You don't have it? Yeah, I'm gonna get you another one. I'm not answering them. No. No, because I have to send it to Shar every time I do. Are you answering them? Maybe I should. What's yours? That's fine.
Good evening. How is everybody tonight? It's always good to look out here and see smiling faces. Yeah. So, as we get started this evening, we have a tradition that you all are aware of, and that is that we open in prayer. And I want to thank Dustin Yankovic for coming tonight and opening us in prayer. Dustin's a former local pastor and a Nampa resident, and thank you for your willingness to be here. So we'll let you open us in prayer and then lead us in the pledge, and let's all stand. Thank you, Dustin.
Well, thank you all for what you do, and grateful for the opportunity to pray for you. And again, I just really appreciate how you serve our city, and it means a lot to me and my family as we live here. Let's pray. Father, we just thank you for these men and women. God, you are with them. You have called them to this role in which they serve our city. Thank you, God, how they diligently serve. And Lord Jesus, we know that many of them work, Lord God, and then come and serve in our community. Lord Jesus, would you bless them? God, would you give them the wisdom that they need to make tough decisions, Lord? Decisions that not everybody is on board one way or the other, God, and they've got to discern and make the right choice for Nampa. God, would you give them humility, Lord? God, I pray that they would be willing to lay down their own agendas, Lord, to do what is right for the city and to do what is best for the city. Father God, would you give them knowledge, Lord? I pray that they would have the information that they need, Lord, to make decisions, God, that are good for the city and good for the community, Lord. God, I just thank you again so much for them. Be with them this evening. Encourage them, Lord. I pray for your presence and your peace to be in their lives, to be in this meeting, Father God, and to be in their families. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
All right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dustin, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Pastor, what's your parents' names?
My parents?
Is it Zoran?
No. Yankovic.
Yankovic.
Yankovic, yeah. Yep.
Okay, I thought I knew them, but I don't.
No, my parents aren't here.
Oh,
So
okay.
just our family.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments to the agenda this evening? See none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. And thank you, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, and then I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So this evening, we do not have any proclamations. Let's see. So we're going to move on to number 4, which is our public forum, and this is an opportunity for any Nampa residents to speak regarding an agenda or non-agenda item. And do we have anyone signed up this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, seeing that we do not have anyone signed up, is there anyone here that had intended to speak on an item this evening? Seeing none, Wow. And we don't have any agency or commission reports, and we don't have any staff communications. We just moved to number 7 on the agenda in 5 minutes. How's that? That was good. Okay. So the first item on the agenda, Claire, you are up. Under new business, 7.1 on the agenda is an action item, and this is to adopt the Robinson Corridor Study and direct staff to plan future improvements to Robinson Road according to the recommendations in the plan. And Claire, it's great to see you, and thank you for presenting to us this evening.
It's nice to be here, Madam Mayor, and to see some familiar faces around the table. Let me see if I can't get to where I can share a screen here. And go with that one. And there we go. My purpose tonight is to report to you a very brief summary of an effort that the Nampa Highway District and the Nampa City Council undertook over a year ago, and that is to look at the entire corridor of Star, Robinson Road, Robinson Boulevard, whatever the appropriate names are, starting at Franklin Road on the north all the way to Deer Flat on the south. The northern piece of that is controlled and maintained by the city down as far as Flamingo. The rest of it is currently under the jurisdiction of the Nampa Highway District. As the city grows, especially to the east, and especially as that will be impacted by the new Highway 16 and I-84 interchange, we anticipate much more of that to the south will become under the jurisdiction of the city. Nick Lehman is here tonight as the chief engineer for the Nampa Highway District. We have worked together on this project. Although Nick has been the leader on it, Parametrics was the consultant, and I'm just coming to you to seek, as the mayor said, that you adopt the report that's in your packet, and that in the process you give staff direction to use that wherever it is consistent to address future improvements to that corridor as the city obtains and maintains jurisdiction. The graphic that you have up on the screen is simply to illustrate the closeness of that State Highway 16 interchange work that's being done right now. We anticipate when that opens finally, there will be a great volume of traffic that uses Robinson Road up across the interstate to Franklin and back to that Franklin State Highway 16 interchange to get to and from Boise. I'll show you some of the numbers here in a few moments on how that works. The study that we wanted to do was look at that entire corridor, approximately 7 miles, so that we could, as the two agencies together, could seek a common look, feel, development for it. Parametrics was charged with recommending improvements to address the anticipated growth. Along the way, we set up several goals. One of those was minimize private property impacts. We wanted Parametrics to develop concepts that were sensitive to the context of various segments of that roadway, evaluate whether we need a 3, 4, or 5 lane section across there, finally develop some really ballpark construction estimates. You'll see they are ballparks, and in what order things should be constructed along the way. In order to do the context-sensitive concepts, they carved the project up into 7 chunks, each approximately a mile long. I'm going to illustrate the top 2, where Nampa has the most imminent jurisdiction. The rest of them are outlined in your packet in the full report, and then I will conclude with an opportunity for questions. Looking at traffic, we compared 2023 with Compass forecasts for 2050. We had 2 safety considerations that were preeminent. One of those is use detached sidewalks wherever possible, or pathways, get pedestrians and bicycles away from the shoulders of the road. We're dealing with that on Garrity Boulevard, where I walked the other day, and if I had stuck out my elbow walking on the sidewalk, a mirror would have taken it off. The other is, do we need center turn lanes? Is there a safety benefit from the public's perspective in having that center turn lane? Parametrics brought back 3 options. One is the typical, you have a roadway center line here, you widen equally on both sides and add your shared pathways on both sides. Straight line development down the existing corridor. For a second option, when we applied that, we found a number of instances where we were impacting private properties so much that we were fearful we were going to destroy the value of the property. Nick and Parametrics came back to us with a second option, and that is, instead of doing everything straight down, when you have a property over here that is potentially impacted, why not bring the pathway back against the road instead of keeping it separated so you can minimize that impact wherever possible? We had approximately 14 properties where we went from significant impact to minimal impact when we applied that, or when Parametrics applied it. Then we found 3 more properties that still seemed, we ought to be able to solve this and get away from them. So they came back with, okay, instead of staying on the center line, can we move that roadway a few feet away from that property and bring the sidewalk pathway in so that we can avoid further private property impacts? And we found 3 more that we could do that with. We did have public open house online. You can see the number of people here, lots of participation viewing it, over 50 responses. The broadly supported outcomes that you see here are consistent with supporting what was done, both in terms of the proposed improvements and of the property impacts. They liked the shared use paths instead of sidewalks along the way. Recommendations to lower speed limits, yes, indeed. We see that often. And a recommendation to add traffic signals at either Stam or Flamingo. And a strong support for the center turn lane to improve safety along the way. I'll run you through 2 of the segments that are relevant most to the city of Nampa, just to illustrate all of the information that's there. Each one of these is done alike. This presentation will be on the city website under the engineering division tomorrow, so you can see it in full if you want to see that. If you look in the center at the top, you see a 2023 traffic volume of 3,400 vehicles a day on the stretch from Flamingo to Franklin Road. 2050 analysis says we're going to have almost 4 times that many vehicles on there. And part of the reason is because as soon as that, I don't have it up yet, as soon as that interchange opens and 16 is available, traffic's going to go north on Robinson, cross on Franklin, and get on 16 up there so they can come down. We're discovering, as we talk about, as Mark Stoyer has been talking about, some improvements to the transportation pattern, we're discovering that a lot of people don't know that that new interchange is not going to have a southern access. They're going to find a way around it at first, but I presume there will be a good push over time to do that southern access. And I think at the last council meeting, you kicked off some of that. The little box below the 2023 volume there has an LOS acronym in it. That's our level of service indicator that we use to communicate. A through F, essentially. D is kind of like the interstate just before or just after rush hour. It's pretty packed. You don't have much freedom of movement and things like that. Level of service C is a much more open, where you can move around, travel more at your own speed along there. That's what this particular improvement would get us. The picture in the lower center illustrates what that 3-lane section would look like, looking from the overpass over the interstate to the north. The second segment is from Airport Road to Victory. Same format, same presentation. 2023 volume is 5,300 vehicles per day on that segment. Forecast is 5 times that many in 2050. There will need to be lots of work done on these two segments of Robinson Road, Star Road over the next 10 to 12 years.
Mayor. Claire, quick question. Why is the volume changed from the first concept to the second one?
This is the volume that's here on this one is the actual measured volume in this segment.
Okay.
So there were between Airport and Victory when we put out the traffic counters.
Oh, this is the second segment. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, I'm on segment 2 at this point, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't catch
I may
that.
not have clarified that. Yep. Any other questions? Because I'm, in the interest of time, I'm going to jump directly to the staff recommendation in this case. I would certainly stand for questions if you have them, but this is our request that you adopt it and you give us some guidance in how to proceed working with it as the city takes over responsibility for some of these segments.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wrote down, in time, will this segment of road improvement become Highway 16 south of the interstate? Or will it always be not a highway, state highway, which would be under ITD's purview?
Under current policy at the state and under my version of current expectations, the chances of that becoming Highway 16 are slim to none.
So we don't need to worry about their involvement, or would grant funding still be available to us without having ITD's involvement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in actuality, as we move forward and get this work done, it's going to increase, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is it's going to increase our likelihood of getting grant funding work for Highway 16. And we had this discussion regarding some of the other work we've done and talked about here at the council. By the work that we're getting done today, it's going to increase our likelihood of getting funding for Highway 16 because we're already down the road, like with the Pell study and other things. And so, Crystal, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. All the work that we do and what we've adopted is going to increase our chances of funding for Highway 16 because the connectivity is there, the plan is there.
This focus is on south of the interstate, which is not Highway 16.
But Highway 16 is going to run when, can you go, well, we don't have that slide in here, but Highway 16 is going to come right out there at Airport, and then you're going to, Robinson is the road, which is the local jurisdiction. So,
I was just wondering why improvements south of the interstate, if it's not to be improvements to Highway 16, other than just flow south of the interstate, why it would benefit and provide funding on the north side of the interstate.
because it isn't the north side, it's because it's going to give us the connectivity to the future southbound Highway 16. So where we've asked them to actually design for a southbound exit off of Highway 16, they have to have somewhere to go. This is where they're going to go.
I understand that. I was just wondering why it would not be considered eventually, 50 years from now, whatever it might be, as Highway 16 south of the interstate.
50
Yeah,
years from now, I can't forecast. But
Well, I
in
wish
the
you could.
next 10 or 15,
I had to ask the question, I'm sorry.
And Crystal, would you like to comment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Haverfield, we have shown this study to ITD. They were involved with it. And yes, while we can't forecast with the addition of State Highway 16 South, Robinson Road would be an organic location for a new State Highway 45. For that to happen further down the road, obviously, there would have to be like a mile-by-mile lane swap type of things. We could potentially take over State Highway 45 through downtown Nampa, Garrity, the Boulevard, things like that, and we would give them what would be Robinson Road in a swap. I will caveat, another organic location for State Highway 45 would be McDermott, so I likely see a similar corridor study as the Robinson one at McDermott as well. So it could go either location for north-south, but we
I
will
was just
definitely
thinking it
see
might be a paradigm shift, but had it been considered?
Yep, it has been considered, so that's why we wanted to get out ahead of this, knowing that it would likely, with State Highway 16 South, it will likely, people will use this as a cut across anyways, and it might one day become an ITD road.
Thank you for that. I would like to say thank you to Highway District 1. We so appreciate our partnership with you guys. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you. Okay, questions? Any other questions? Yes.
Mayor, I do real quick. Claire, thank you for this. I remember reading, and I can't find what page it's on, but there was a concern about what the impact would be for ag land in this area.
For whom?
For ag land. There was a segment in there that just talked about concerns for that. I'm just wondering how will this impact the ag land on the southern side of Nampa?
I'm not sure that I understand. Ad lanes?
Agriculture. Sorry.
Ag lands.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have done our level best. Parametrics did their level best. I think Nick and I are both in agreement that they did a good job of trying to anticipate keeping those ag lands where they are today, but also providing an opportunity if a property owner wants to develop at some point in the future of having access to this route.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, so this is an action item, and what we're looking for is the approval to adopt this corridor study and direct staff to plan the future improvements to Robinson Road according to the recommendations in the plan. So I think we'd need to understand if there are any questions regarding the plan, and then if there is a motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
So one comment is, I agree with the turnout lane. However, there's segments of Robinson that has a fair amount of agricultural space, not going to be tie-ins. And I think there needs to be, with this report, is that we don't automatically put in a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile of a turnout lane that's not going to serve anything. Somehow that needs to be communicated to the consultant.
Okay. You okay with that? Okay. I concur.
Not being able to see everything in detail, it's tough
Yeah.
to, off these, to be able to see it.
As you go further south, you'll see that the road varies from 5 lanes down to 3 as you go down. This study also assumes that there will become a railroad overpass on Robinson over the Union Pacific Railroad, extending on down to Deer Flat. So.
I don't remember right off the top of my head, Crystal, where that is in the planning stage right now in the list with Compass and others.
Yeah, Mayor Kling, we've applied to a couple of grants. The Railroad Elimination Grant specifically is the one we're going after. We were not successful last year, but we're planning to reapply. We've also we've partnered with Nampa Highway District 1, which is really great to split the cost to do a concept study on that, which will make us a lot more marketable for getting that Railroad Elimination Grant. Overpass like that's going to be $10-15 million, so it's not something that's feasible for us to do alone or for Nampa Highway to do alone without finding grant money for it.
Okay. Boy, it would be so exciting if that Greenhurst went underneath that ramp. You probably are thinking the same thing, and then the ramp goes over the top, because then you wouldn't have to stop either way. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, because you guys maintain that road. I used to drive it a lot. That's great. Yeah, I really appreciate the work that's been done here. And I do appreciate Councilman Bill's comments, because there are, like the mile north of the railroad is strictly farm ground. So what I would guess on some of those, you would possibly widen the road, but keep it just a 2-lane road. But if you're going through, or maybe it's the timing of when any work is done at all. Right, I don't know how that works. How's that going to work?
The suggested timing is mostly from north to south.
Yeah, which makes total sense.
I do recall, especially after thinking about Councilman Bill's question, there is a mile down there that Parametrics recommended no detached pathways on.
Yeah.
Because of the impact to agricultural grounds and to some of the drainage or the irrigation facilities that are down there. So there is one of those miles north of the railroad tracks that is treated in a context-sensitive way with respect to pathways.
Yeah, which makes,
You've identified it.
yeah, and that, I mean, I can see it because of the level of the ground and the road, et cetera. It wouldn't be conducive. But I think that, and I appreciate your comment, because actually, if council would agree on that, when it comes to our ag ground, we want to be really sensitive to what we're doing in that ag ground, especially if it's designated as future ag. We want to have the least amount of impact. We do want to create the accessibility, but thank you for starting at north, working down south. And then how many years do you think this process would take if we actually had funding? I know that's a really, almost a stupid question, but I'm just curious.
It's going to take
A long time.
If you look at each segment, I think it's 6 to 10 million per segment. So trying to get that into a schedule is going to be a while.
We're talking, it could be easily 20 years going before we ever, hit that. But we've got a plan in place, and so that's our goal today. Yeah, okay. So what is the will of the council? Yes.
More question. Obviously, it's nice to have plans that we can start with. The flexibility of this to adapt if something comes along, is the approval tonight allowing some flexibility down the road?
That was the intent of the wording, Mr. Councilman.
Okay, thank you. That's always important. I know that master plans are set up with a concept in mind, and it's a path to follow, but sometimes those paths get changed a little bit along the way.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
move that we adopt the Robinson Corridor study as presented tonight.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or clarification needed? Okay, seeing none. Roll call.
Jingula,
Yes.
Hills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Crystal. Really appreciate you guys. Claire,
bet.
it's good to see you. Thank you for your work. We are going to go ahead and move forward with 7.2 on the agenda. This is an action item, and it's to authorize the mayor to sign a grant award agreement with the Urban Sustainability Directors Network in the amount of $1 million to preserve, protect, and enhance Nampa's urban forest. And Chris Boaz is with us to talk about this grant. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just to give you guys just a quick background on this grant, we applied back in June of 2023. We were notified in September of 2023 that we did receive $1 million. We originally asked for $10 million. We shot for the stars, but we are awarded $1 million. So we have been working over the past 5 or 6 months to kind of rescope our projects. And we have 3 projects that we're going to be attacking. It's the first one is replacing dead and dying monoculture at Kohler Lawn Cemetery. The second one is tree planting in disadvantaged and underserved neighborhoods. The third one is inventorying the Nampa right-of-way tree canopy. We received $1 million. That'll come in 2 tranches. The first $500,000 will be paid at the beginning of year 1. The second $500,000 will be paid at the beginning of year 2. And we're hoping to have all 3 projects done after the end of year 2. And Cody Swander is here. He's the subject matter expert. He can answer more specifics about the projects themselves, but I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Chris. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Quick question. The grant can be used not only for tree planting or shrubs, it can be used for irrigation systems as well?
Not this specific grant.
So it's only for landscape materials?
Correct.
So that would be surface and above?
Correct.
Okay. So adding sprinkler systems to provide water, we would need to do that as a city, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we would need to make sure that we understand that as we make decisions moving forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, and I have a question on the first one, and I really appreciate you guys looking at the Kohler Lawn Cemetery and the consideration of the dead and dying trees there. And so I would assume, is there already irrigation there? for those trees?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, that's correct. Unfortunately, Adam is out, our city forester. He would have loved to have been here to talk to you about this, but I think you guys will be seeing him at the next council meeting for an update. But the Kohler Lawn Project, the monoculture that Chris spoke to is specifically arborvitae that have been in there for 80 years, perhaps, some of them. And unfortunately, we received a boar infestation that's really wreaked havoc on it. And modern forestry techniques are to have a diverse plant selection of trees so that if something comes in, it doesn't attack everything that you have. And so that's what the design is. Irrigation systems are already in place for everything at Kohler Lawn, so it would just be a tree removal and replacement with a new diverse canopy.
That's wonderful. And then on the trees on number 2 that you mentioned, those could require irrigation, is that correct? Depending on what we identify?
That's correct. From my understanding, the planting of 325, I believe, trees throughout the disadvantaged portions of Nampa could be on private property, could be on public property. And so that's going to take outreach effort from the city forester to reach out to citizens that might have interest, but it would require irrigation systems to be there to take care of the trees. The grant only covers the cost of planting the tree.
Yes.
What caliper trees are we talking about?
Likely 2-inch caliper.
2-inch and above? Okay. Are these to be purchased, or are they readily available already in the valley?
They're likely readily available. They will need to be purchased. That's part of what the grant is, as a contractor to purchase the trees and do the installation.
So it would be all classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, whatever?
Whatever fits the criteria of the site needed, yes.
Good.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. You know what, this helps with Tree City USA, right?
Yes.
And how many years have we been a Tree City?
We're getting close. Is it 30? I'm thinking we're at 30 years, getting really close if we're not quite there. So, yeah.
That's great. Well, I'm glad. Thank you. Chris, thank you very much. So this is an action item, and it is to authorize the mayor to sign the grant award and agreement in the amount of $1 million.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Gingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
If you don't mind, I think I'm going to skip number 2 because, Daniel, you're going to have to be here. Is that correct? I'm number 3, excuse me. And Claire, you are number 4, and that way you don't have to stay here. And I don't know if there are any questions on this, but this isn't, number 474 is an action item. It's to authorize to advertise and proceed with a request for qualifications for the OR pathway design proposals. This is a project that Claire's going to be working on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great.
Mayor Kling, I'm just going to make the motion to approve.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none?
Mayor,
Yes.
I did have a question on this. I'll be voting yes, but I just wanted to confirm for individuals that might be new to the area or as summertime's coming about, is there wayfinder signs that will be placed throughout the city that promote these pathways that are connecting throughout the city?
The grant that we have received does not encompass that, but Parks Department is usually quite good about putting in signage that would work. This whole project is really connecting 2 segments, the Edwards on the south and the Wilson on the north.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So just to kind of follow up on that a little bit more, I was just looking at the Lake Lowell crossing that currently, does it already have a protected pathway over it? Are there, I don't remember there being anything as far as hawk signals or rapid flashing beacons or anything. Can this include that at all?
Councilman Haverfield, it does not. There's not currently anything there as a protected crossing because the pathway is only on it'd be the south side of Lake Lowell. At this time, it does not cross.
I might add,
Oh, I see.
Councilman, if I might, that part of the charge in this request for qualifications is for the selected consultant to give us advice and assistance in applying for the funding for those kinds of things.
If it's determined that it's needed, we could have that discussion as a council then later.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Gingula.
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Claire. Okay, so Daniel, you're on a bunch of these for later, so we'll get to you later. It is 5 minutes after 6, and it's time for us to move over to our public hearings. And we're going to start with 8.1 on the agenda. And this is an action item. This is the annexation and zoning to RS4, which is single-family residential zoning district, and a potential development agreement, a conditional use permit to allow for 2-unit townhouses in the RS4 zoning district, and a subdivision preliminary plat for the Baylor subdivision for a 1.21 acre property at 11236 Lone Star Road. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. So go ahead and come forward, give us your name. And so are you Jesse?
No, I'm
you're-
Andrew Wheeler with the Land Architect. So
Okay.
we're representing Jesse, yeah.
Thank you. So Andrew, what was your last name again?
So Andrew Wheeler, 9201 West State Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714.
Thank you so much. And you've probably done this before, so thank you for telling us about what you're wanting to accomplish.
Yeah, well, thank you all for being here and present to listen. Let me get this clicker going here. Well, Madam Mayor, sorry, lost my footing there. Thanks for your time and attention tonight as we present Baylor subdivision. We feel this project meets the future land use goals for the city of Nampa in the Lone Star area, north of Lone Star, west of Middleton Road. Oh, there it was. So when we look at the existing zoning, you can see here that we have the the Lone Star Middle School in the southeast corner. Directly south of the subject property is an RS7 detached two-story single-family housing. And then we have business neighborhood, existing wedding venue in red there, and then a church in that triangular portion directly to the west, yes, and single family to the north as well. When you look at the future land use map, you can see this is all residential mixed use, which the medium density component of this is what we're moving forward with or proposing tonight, which fits in the context of the surrounding single family, the height and scale of the structure is a two-story, providing detached and attached, so that variety of housing component, as well as providing more housing adjacent to the middle school there. There we go. So looking at a site aerial, a little bit clearer picture, you can see the middle school in the southeast corner. Surrounding the property, we have an active farm to the west. There is a road adjacent to that that's not on the property. We tried to incorporate that as part of the project to have one access point there. The landowner did not want to do that. He's not opposed to this project. He did show up at the neighborhood meeting that we had at the church right there. We had a pretty good turnout, about 6 people or so, nobody in opposition. Rather the opposite, people have been looking at this existing house as an eyesore with, been abandoned for a while, and so we're proposing to renovate the existing home and then parcel off new parcels to the north of that. So look a little closer to there, you can see that one single family home on Lone Star. We are proposing to reduce the size of that to get a private drive through there. And on the north, it doesn't connect to any existing infrastructure. The Phyllis Canal is on the north there, so there really isn't a big concern about connectivity and is this a public road or those larger right-of-way widths. Looking at a survey, again, north is plan right here. The property is mostly open vegetation with the exception of that existing home on the south. Here's a photo looking west. You can see the existing infrastructure, power. There's a fire hydrant right there. This is the existing home. This is a view looking in the southwest corner looking north. That's that active farm on the left with that roadway. And then a view looking west on Lone Star, and you can see that southern subdivision over there, existing 1- and 2-story detached single family. This is the portion of the existing home we're proposing to remove and then renovate, so it'll be a 3-2 at the end of the day once it's all completed. That's kind of the part that you can see there that would be removed. And then if you look back to the property, fairly open, a lot of vegetation there. It's really not a big nuisance to the surrounding properties. If I go back to that aerial, you can see that the existing, I think I just meant to touch on was here, when you look at that southern property, we did try to partner with this landowner to do a bigger development. That unfortunately didn't come to fruition, so we proceeded with this property. But we don't have a lot of existing single-family homes surrounding it that we're butting up against, so we feel it's appropriate location for a project this scale. And looking at the site plan, a couple things that drove this were access. So putting our access, further away from Nana Lane, which is currently to the south or drawing south on this plan. We do provide the 25-foot landscape buffer, and then we're going to be parceling off or removing that portion in red of the Lot 1 for the single-family house. And then in Lot 7 here, we provide our open space. That is an underground seepage storage for stormwater retention and management, as well as we have a above-ground retention pond right to the right of Lot 8 there. Lot 8 does house the shared guest parking, so that's where we're proposing that use. And we do have a mix of the attached and detached units, with Lot 6 being a detached and Lot 1 the detached model as well. And these are two-story single-family homes. 4 parking stalls per unit, 2 in the driveway, 2 in the garage, so ample parking beyond what's required by code and more of what the market would desire. Looking at the landscape plan, we have ample trees that are positioned along that private drive. We are fencing it off on all 3 sides. 6-foot vinyl fence, providing landscape against that fence for that on that north side, or it'd be actually west, 4-foot landscape buffer there. A little closer look at the open space. We are meeting the requirement for 5%, and we're a little bit over that at 2,435 square feet, which only includes that lighter green section. So the feel and the actual open space we are providing, that doesn't count as qualified. The space feels a little bit bigger than that actually is. And again, we're proposing the stormwater to be below that, and that is just grass over the top of that stormwater retention system. Here's a couple of views of axonometrics of the property or the proposed project. We do have some elements of a trellis over the garages, articulating some pop-outs, board and batten siding, as well as shake siding in the gables, and horizontal siding in the middle portion of the structure. Here's a proposed color elevation of what that would look like. That would be that eastern view facing that private drive. And then so we do have 2 color schemes too to kind of vary the building type. So both scale and color are being varied throughout. This is the eastern view you have 2 patios, one on the ground floor and one on the private master bedroom on the level above. Here's a more perspective looking at that eastern side. This is in the southwest corner, so that's your 10-foot pathway on Lone Star, the renovated home, fenced off from the remaining of the project. And you can see how that then blends into the new project beyond. And this is a view looking west, again, that single-family feel with that enclosed fence. And to look at that without the fence, we do have stone on the base, ample yard space for each home in the back there.
Madam Mayor, time.
And with that, I propose.
Are you close to being done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like you to go ahead and finish.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have 2 more slides here. This
Thank
is
you.
just a view. That's Lone Star in the background to the right. You can see that open space there, that green area, green lawn space. So, and yeah, with that, we feel that this project really does meet the intent of medium-density residential in that area for the project, and it would be a great asset to the city of Nampa. And we urge you to vote yes to approve Baylor subdivision.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
So the first question is, what's the setback on these lots? It's unreadable on our document.
Yeah, so we're at 5 feet on the eastern side, 5 feet on the side yards, and then I believe we're 15 or 20 on the, 20 plus a 5-foot sidewalk, plus another, so 15 foot from back of walk. So you have 20-foot drive lane, 5-foot sidewalk, and then 15 foot to the setback line, which is that dash line you can see kind of floating out there. And this doesn't read very well, but.
So clarification then, Rodney. 15-foot setback, seemed like that was implemented a few months back. How does that pertain to this particular project?
Councilman Bills. Yeah, so we would apply code with the building permit at that time. I think the little bump outs that you see on the back sides of those buildings are patios, and that's flat work, so it would be a measurement from the wall face to the property line. And I have not seen, I have this in front of me, but I have not seen this to look at the dimensions on it, so that was not part of the discussion that we'd had previously. But it would be a 15-foot setback off of that rear property line.
And Councilman Bills, if I may add to that, we got this application in before, I believe it was September or August, September 1 was when that setback on the eastern side was changing to 15 from 5. So under this application, it was under the 5-foot setback for that rear yard setback on the eastern side. If I understand, you're questioning the right side, eastern side setback?
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of the 15. I'm just asking the question because I couldn't tell from the drawings.
Yeah.
And so your patios are almost going to property line.
So those are 5 feet off the property line, the patios, yeah.
Okay. So the other comment or question is, have you considered a different design? For me, this looks more like an apartment complex, not a RS zone property as far as a build. I understand duplexes and 2 stories, but in this location and the looks of being a little bit more apartments, I'm not sure if that is fitting the neighborhood. I don't have a problem with the project, but we didn't have your designs that you're showing us tonight. At least I didn't see those in the packet. I may have missed them.
Okay. Well, if we go back to the, what we're looking at for the existing context, across the street, showing that two-story single-family structures, that was the slide I was looking for. I mean, you can kind of see there's a mix between, 2-story and single-story. So if I were to, point out that back left building there, I mean, that's in type and scale is approximately about what we're proposing here from a 2-story gable roof, type of product.
Well, I understand, but the setbacks in the RS across the street are different from where you're at. You're proposing a pretty tight townhome community. And from your elevations, it just looks like we're pretty flat. And to me, it lays out, it's a nice project. It just looks like it's an apartment complex, not a single family. Even though real estate-wise, it's a single family, to me, it doesn't look that way. So I'm just trying to get an idea.
Yeah.
Where you're coming from on what you're proposing.
Yeah.
And with that, I might say, because at this point, we try to keep it to questions only, not discussion. So we can ask questions, but we won't get into discussion until after the public hearing, if you don't mind. But go ahead, yes.
Could I respond to that
Yes.
last one?
Yes,
So I was interpreting your comment as the aesthetics of it, not the setbacks, and kind of that, I guess that's where maybe I was a little disconnected at first. Currently, we're at about a mid-6s on the density, which in the use it's allowed up to 8, so we're pretty low on we're not maxing out the density capacity of the property. And we feel that a lot of that is, put into the open space that we're providing, that northern open space. If I can go to that site plan, there it is. So the lot 7 there with that open space, and then on the far right, you can see there's even more open space that isn't counted towards anything that could be used, as a small dog walk area, picnic tables, that type of thing. So the site is, we're not trying to build every inch of the site is what I'm trying to get at. So from a setback perspective, I think there's a trade-off between, we have smaller setbacks that meet code, but then we also have larger open areas throughout the project.
I'm responding.
Madam Mayor?
So we can, yes.
I just maybe need to provide a little context here. Annexation and zoning, and then preliminary plat is not establishing the building location. So I'm struggling to see how we would lock in, based on an application date, the 15-foot setback. It's in code, and we review that at building permit stage to determine whether there's the adequate setback. Since this is the first time we're seeing the specific location of those buildings, I'm struggling to see how we could say that the old code applies here, because we would apply that at permit stage. Or we would lock that into place in a development agreement. And so you have that authority to put a development agreement in place tonight, and that would lock into place whatever you decide there. But beyond that, I can't see how a previous application date would determine the setback.
Because it's an annexation. So what I'd like to do is I would like to hear, and thank you so much. We, as you know, in this type of environment, we will go to a staff report. We will have you come back after public hearing. I feel like we need to hear the staff report and the explanation, because in this particular one, we have an annexation and zoning, a potential development agreement, a conditional use permit, and the subdivision preliminary plat. That is a lot. And so what we're going to need is for planning and zoning staff to give us some idea of how we need to proceed through this process. And so I thank you so much for your presentation. I think we have an idea generally of what you're trying to accomplish. I'd like to move over to staff and have them give us their report, and then we'll come back, because we will have the opportunity for you to answer questions and for us to discuss a little bit further.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you so much, Andrew. So, Christy, as you come forward, I do hope that you will explain to us the process, what we're doing this evening, just that discussion we just had. And then also, for example, which you always do, the percentage of open space, the parking spaces recommended versus what is supposed to be there in the percentage of allocation, right? Okay. So thank you for walking us through.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christy Watkins. I'm the planner for the City of Nampa. The action requested from you this evening is for approval or denial of annexation and zoning to RS4, a conditional use permit for some of the lots to contain 2-unit attached structures, and the subdivision plat for Baylor subdivision, and then of course a development agreement should you so choose if you wanted to place some extra conditions on this project. The surrounding properties are north and south RS7 and an event center that is zoned BN to the north, RS22 to the east, which is a religious facility and Canyon County residential lot, and to the west is agriculture in Canyon County. The city's sewer and water and pressurized irrigation systems do have adequate capacity to serve this property. At 11 lots, the development does not meet the threshold to require a traffic impact study, but it will be subject to impact fees at the time of building permit. The correspondence we received was our standard comment from building, a street name requirement from GIS department. The fire department said that it will add approximately 24 residents to 8 residential lots with an increased personnel demand of 0.02 firefighter positions. Police recommend a commitment to fund 0.03 officers and 0.01 additional staff. And the engineering had their standard comments and conditions of approval as well. So as we go through the comprehensive plan, we know that it defines compatibility in residential areas and the medium density residential designation. This property is designated residential mixed use, but it's not very big, so it would be difficult for it to provide a mix of uses at this point. So they are requesting a stretch of the medium density residential designation from the south to accommodate just a residential development. The comprehensive plan outlines goals and strategies for single-family uses and options for housing affordability. This project provides housing types that would meet those goals. The RS4 zoning is a permitted zone in the MDR designation. Surrounding properties contain a single-family structure, a religious facility, a middle school, an event center, farmland, and a single-family subdivision. Homes built in this development will match the area in standard building construction and design. Again, this will be developed in accordance with Title 10, Chapter 8, which is the RS zoning code. The lots cannot be smaller than 4,000 square feet. The smallest buildable lot proposed is 4,116 square feet. They shall not be larger than 8,000 square feet in the RS4. The largest buildable lot proposed is 5,390 square feet. Lot width and lot depth both meet code. The number of buildable residential lots equals 8, which creates a density of 6.15, which does fall within the 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre. The 25-foot landscape buffer is required along Lone Star Road, as you can see. They have provided that and has been reviewed by our city forester. 5% open space is required in this location for this amount of acreage, and they have provided 0.24 acres, which is 5%. They do have some engineering requirements. They have to dedicate 50 feet from center line on Lone Star. They have to make frontage improvements. They will put in a 10-foot wide side path along Lone Star Road. The internal road is going to be proposed as private. A fire code compliant turnaround is required at the end of the street. The minimum drive aisle width shall be 24 feet. Anywhere that there is perpendicular parking or fronting garages. 5-foot wide sidewalk shall be provided in at least one side of the private drive aisle to provide pedestrian connectivity to the Lone Star. And then you wanted me to talk about parking. So with the 8 buildable lots that are going in, the townhouses would be calculated at 2.5 units or 2.5 spaces per unit. The single families would be calculated at 2 per unit. And so having 4 at each, with the 2-car garage and the driveway, you'd have 4 at each. They exceed the parking requirement by quite a lot. Again, we have that caveat in our code that says that if you're going to have garages be counted into your calculation, which in this case they wouldn't need to, because they have their 2 driveway spaces plus their guest parking up in that open area, then they would have to have something in their. These aren't leases, these are for ownership, so it would be more difficult to regulate whether or not they could actually say you can't park in your garage or you have to park in your garage, you can't use it for storage. So I guess that's something that maybe you guys want to talk about. They are overparked for what they have here on the property.
Could I ask a quick question then?
Sure.
So many times when someone just has, I know that by code you've got your garage and the 2, but many times people exceed that and they're parking on the street. Does this access lane accommodate a fire truck to go through if people are actually parking on
They
on
will
that
not
lane?
be allowed to park on that lane.
They're
It's not
absolutely
wide
not
enough.
allowed to
Yeah,
park
so
on
there
the
will be
lane.
signage that says they can't park there.
Okay, thank you.
So there are 3 criteria for evaluating annexation, and staff finds that this project meets all 3. 1, the property owner has consented to this application. 2, the property is contiguous to the city limits on the north, south, and east sides. And 3, the property can be assumed to be available for orderly development because it has city services immediately available to it. The public right-of-way will be dedicated to the city. Frontage improvements will be installed. There will be a pathway, side path, and landscaping that are all required to be constructed. As for the zoning, there are also 3 criteria for determining the zoning of a project. Staff finds that this project proposes a zone that is compatible with the comprehensive plan with the stretch of the medium-density residential designation. It proposes uses that are compatible with the surrounding uses in the area. And development of this property is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because it has to make those same frontage improvements. It has access to city utilities, and it is convenient access to a school. As for the CUP, there are 5 criteria in evaluating a conditional use permit. First one is that the proposed use is supported by the comprehensive plan. The second one, the construction of the project will not adversely impact the intended character or appearance of the general vicinity. The fourth one is the use can be served adequately by public facilities and services. The fifth one is the use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. And the fifth one is that the use will not involve activities or processes that will be a nuisance to the surrounding area. Now, the CUP is in reference to the 2-unit attached structures in the RS zone. So the duplexes require, or duplexes, 2-unit attached townhouses require the conditional use permit to be approved in that zone. These are the recommended conditions of approval, and these are your potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, this is an opportunity for council to ask some of those questions that we were asking of Christie. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Again, would you state what the qualified open area percentage is?
5%, and they are proposing 0.24 acres, which is right at 5%.
5%, and does that meet our current standards?
Yes, it does for that acreage.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Christy, will there be an HOA for this?
Councilman Jangula, that would be a question for them, but because they have common area, typically an HOA will be required for maintenance of those areas.
Okay, yeah, I'm just wondering who's going to enforce other than the signs on that parking. Thanks.
And Councilman Bills, do you have any questions?
No, I probably have comments when we get to
Comments?
that point.
Okay, but no questions for staff at this point?
No, I think she's answered. Thank you.
Okay. So at some point, I'm just thinking, I want to make sure that before we make any motions, that we have an explanation of what we're doing and the impact of what we're doing tonight, because we have 3 separate actions. Actually, almost 4, because it's annexation, the approval of the zoning, the conditional use permit, and then a development agreement.
The subdivision, Mayor.
Pardon?
The subdivision.
Yes.
The development agreement is up to you guys to decide if you want to do that or not.
Right, the subdivision preliminary plat, right. So I guess maybe we can come back and talk about that at the end.
Okay.
So, thank you. Are there any questions, other questions before we move to public hearing? Nope. Okay, Christy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, there is no one signed up in advance.
well, that makes that, I guess, easy. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this public hearing this evening? And I'm not seeing anyone. You guys are not here for this public hearing? Okay. So I don't see anyone. So with that, this is an opportunity for council then, for Andrew, for you to come back and provide any clarifying comments, and then for council to ask any additional questions of our applicant this evening.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, happy to go through some of those items. On the HOA, yes, we would have an HOA to enforce that parking and in the common space, as mentioned by staff. On the setbacks, so currently we are at the 5 feet to the patio and then 10 feet to the building. If we need to work with that in some way in a development agreement, I think that's, we are willing to do that if that's what is needed. Our understanding is that the application and the date and the timing, we meet code. And as you heard through staff, everything on the checklist is, meets code and is aligned to what the future land use is for this property. So we feel it's a strong application that is providing the city of Nampa what they're looking for, what you were looking for. And so and that's our end goal, is to align those visions. So we want to make sure that whatever we need to do, we can come together on that. Specifics to the building locations, I think that from the single-family detached to the duplex feel, it sounds like, Councilman Bills, that it's the duplex component of that, which is you're seeing as more that apartment look than it is the single-family nature. Is that correct? Meaning it's 2 structures together and it kind of looks like a bigger mass than a single family home?
Well, I don't want to wade into comments and discussion outside of the bounds, so
okay.
I'll hold until we get to that point. Thanks.
Although it is a good opportunity, we'll have to have, now that we're through the public hearing, if you have questions back and forth of clarification with the applicant, now is a good time to do that, if you do have questions. Then once we close public hearing, we will have discussion amongst ourselves. But,
So he asked me a question.
Yes.
But
Do you want to answer that question, or do you prefer not to?
Well, it'll come up in my comments, the answer.
Okay. So one of the things I will just be really candid with, one of the things that we run into sometimes is if we close public hearing too early, then we don't have opportunity to hear back from the applicant. So I want to make sure that we do have opportunity for the applicant to respond after, even though, so any questions that are, any discussion that would be related to a comment back from the applicant we'll want to have before we close public hearing. So I'll just say that.
Okay,
So,
so I'll ask a question, Mayor.
thank you.
So are you open to a different design of buildings or houses on your lots?
Yes, yeah, I mean, we are willing to work with, what we need to move this project forward. I think it's a challenge from our perspective of, designing a project that meets all the goals for the zoning setbacks and everything, and then if it's down to aesthetics, there's not really a guiding document of, what that should look like, and maybe help me understand a little bit about what you mean by a new layout, a new design, new buildings. I mean, help me kind of understand the vision that where you're trying to go with this.
Well, the question would then be, would you find yourself being able to separate the dividing wall front to back some to create a different element so that it would conform to a single-family neighborhood as opposed to an RD apartment dwelling neighborhood?
With that, single wall with 2 garages and being able to articulate that somewhat. Yeah, I think we could accommodate that.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Just trying to, it's a good slide to have up so you can maybe answer, what is the setback along the eastern side to the back of the units? Did you say that was 10 feet?
That's 10 feet to the building, 5 feet to the patio. So those
The patio is just a concrete surface treatment, correct?
Correct, yeah. It does have 2 columns that come up for a covered roof over the top of it. So if
Okay, so
if
that
I
could
go
be,
back
that
to
could be
the-
cut back so that it is either not covered or covered.
Correct, so if you, that upper image
Oh,
there.
I see. You've
yeah.
got, you've extended and created a deck on the upper level as well.
Right,
Okay. So the inset to the center section is at least 10 feet to provide vegetation. Vertical
Correct, yeah.
trees for shading purposes.
yeah.
So going around to the other side then, you have broken up the facade with that punch out. The garage doors are 20 feet off of the drive surface, is that correct? The main drive lane? So you have a 20-foot, 20 plus 5, you had 25 feet. as
Yeah,
far
from
as-
drive lane and sidewalk and then
Right.
bus.
So you can provide the parking on that surface as far as additional parking spaces?
Correct, yeah,
That
that's
was
not
mentioned.
included. That's outside of the 5-foot sidewalk.
So what is the actual width then of the drive surface?
The 18-foot garage doors, so I mean.
Oh, no, the actual driveway as far as a fire engine coming in, is it 20 feet or does it exceed 20 feet in width?
24?
That is 20, it should be right.
The 24?
That is 20 feet on that, the main portion, but it's 24 feet at the perpendicular parking, that lot 8, where we have the guest parking. That was one of the code items that staff brought up, us providing 24 feet anywhere you're providing perpendicular parking.
So I have a question for staff, why 20 feet would be allowed when a two-way surface is supposed to be 24? Traffic coming in and going out of the development should have the same 24-foot width that you just talked about as far as for Lot 8. So being able to accommodate that would be important to me, to make sure that traffic can come and go out of that development on a regular street section that we would normally use.
Yeah, and great comment, and appreciate the comment. I do believe that when we were going through this with staff, that was approved and met code with the 20 feet. So it wasn't,
Okay.
it was just 24 where you required, where you had parking adjacent to the
You've
access.
indicated the 20 feet. That would be for the normal width that a fire engine would require.
Right.
Being able to maneuver.
Correct.
It's also a two-way surface for vehicular traffic, cars coming and going. It's supposed to be 24 as well. So that might be a question for staff to answer if they've given you guidance in that direction.
Yeah, and it was, Christy, if you could help me understand if there's a,
Mayor, council, a 20-foot drive aisle in this scenario would meet code.
Okay.
Is that, Daniel, could you explain, is that because it is a private lane?
Because yes, it's a private drive. It's not a public, it's not even a private road. It's a private drive aisle. And the 20-foot would be allowable under the fire code and the engineering's policies as well.
Can you point out to me, Daniel, where in the code it indicates that a 24-foot lane is not required?
You'll have to give me a second to pull up the document and.
If you could. Sorry, it's that trust but verify thing.
And I believe the verbiage, Councilman Haverfield, is that it is 20 feet, and then when you have adjacent parking, then it's 24 feet if you're perpendicular to that drive aisle with parking. So, and they can verify that, but that is what my understanding of that code section is.
Well, that's fine. If staff gave you that guidance, then that's what I want to know from them, is where it is, so that I don't have to ask this question again.
Yeah, appreciate that. One thing to note too is the nature of this, being a private drive versus a public road, and the Phyllis Canal to the north, there's really nowhere for that road to go. So, and I kind of mentioned that in the early presentation, as far as providing, a right-of-way and this public road that's going to connect utilities and, other aspects of an adjacent development, or we're not really in that situation here. So that's why we feel it's an appropriate use. I understand the reluctance to have a private drive that kind of dead ends in a property in most situations. Not that that's your specific question, but I just wanted to raise that up.
I'm just going off of what I normally do in my practice. So if this is a code interpretation that our staff is using and telling others, I'd like to know what that is as well, so that I can use it.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think you won the lottery by not having any neighbors show up, but I still have how that neighborhood meeting went. We don't have within our packet what these renderings looked like. What was proposed or shown to the neighbors during that neighborhood meeting in regards to what the project would look like and what would be built?
Yeah, well, we had a site plan, printed out, laid out. I have pictures of the group looking at those and everything. So I can validate that that's what we showed them. From the beginning, we haven't wavered from our original proposal or had any, not had drawings and then, kind of slipped something in at the last minute. One of the interesting facts in the neighborhood meeting was the adjacent farmer to the west showed up. He was a bit upset that because he thought we were going to use his drive that you saw there, and he wanted to make sure that we couldn't, and I assured him that we were not. He's developing some parcels, as you're probably well aware, to the west, and there's a cell tower coming in. So a lot of the opposition that showed up thought we were part of that cell tower project. And so when I say opposition, once they realized we weren't doing the cell tower, then they were fine, and that's when the comments from the neighbors across the street that look at that house every day, about an antenna that's been up there for 6 months or a year and finally got taken down, and thank you, that type of thing. So it really was a fairly positive meeting.
Mayor?
Yes.
So to reiterate, did they see the 3D renderings of what was proposed, similar to what we saw tonight, not just a flat two-dimensional plat map, but maybe some of the renderings of what the landscaping, outside, exterior would look like, and so on?
We did not have the renderings complete at that time, yeah. But we did tell them it's in a like kind to the single family to the south as far as building scale, materials, that type of thing.
And it was communicated that they'd be two-story?
Yes.
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time?
Mayor, I do really quick. How many materials are you going to use on the exterior?
Councilwoman Jangula, let me go to this. Okay. So these are color scheme type 1, so stone on the base. And again, these are preliminary. There's some refinement that needs to happen here, obviously, from color and the exact color selection. But stone on the base, the beige in the background in the middle is a recessed horizontal siding, and then you have vertical board and batten. So there's 3 material types essentially right there.
And what about on the back side?
So this is showing the other color scheme, but it would match the type 1. Same materials. That's a horizontal siding on the blue, and then vertical board and batten on the white, and then you have the wood for the posts. That does read a bit like a stucco material in the blue, but the intent's horizontal siding.
Thank you.
Mayor and council, the section that we are looking at for the engineering process and policy manual is section 180, where it talks about residential common driveways. They are required to have a 22.
Are you in the chapter 10?
No, it's not within the subdivision code. This is the engineering process and policy manual.
Okay, so is this considered two-way traffic or one-way traffic?
This would be two-way traffic.
Okay.
Say residential common driveway is what it would be classified under.
You just email it to me?
I
Say it
can.
again. I don't have that policy manual.
It's section 100 and then section 80.09, residential common driveways. There is, as we look at that, it's typically for properties with 2 to 4 buildings. However, it does allow for exceptions to be approved by the city engineer for more in a situation like this with the constraints of the property. As we've reviewed that, we feel it's appropriate.
I was just looking at, again, a normal parking lot requirements for two-way drive lanes is 24 feet. When you have perpendicular parking.
Correct, but in drive aisles, correct me if I'm wrong in this, Christie, in the planning and zoning section, if you have two-way traffic and you don't have the parking there, I believe a 20 is okay in that situation, but specifically, it's not the zoning code we're looking at for this. We're looking at this residential common driveway code in the policy manual.
Residential common
Driveway. And I can email you the link to the document and that.
If you would, that'd be great, thanks.
Mayor, question, Daniel? Well, let's see, we still have the applicant up, so.
Actually, if we don't have any further questions for the applicant, do we have any further questions for the applicant?
No, I would just wanted to know what the setbacks are, but we can, in a development agreement, speak to what we want, so.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Do you have
Thank
any
you.
further comments as you close?
I would say when we start venturing the comments of materials and design, if there's some development agreement, design, administrative design review process we could go through or something to that effect. Obviously the intent of this is a preliminary plat hearing, not so much on the aesthetics, even though they go hand in hand. So, happy to work with articulating those facades or whatever we need to do to bring it into alignment. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I think what I'm going to recommend, this is the opportunity for us to ask staff questions and to have council discussion. I am not going to ask for a motion to close public hearing so that if we need to ask the applicant a question, we can still do so. So with that,
So a question, Mayor?
yes.
So Daniel? It seems like the typical, and you made the comment, so that's what I'm just confirming, is a common driveway, 20 feet wide, basically a private lane that serves 2 to 4 units in a residential subdivision is often used. It comes up regularly that there's a hammerhead and then a common driveway to feed 2 lots back. But I haven't seen one that services eight units.
So that is something that we have approved in the past based on, we have. It really depends on the site-specific characteristics. With this being a very long, narrow piece of property there, and it doesn't have the opportunity to extend any farther, so it's not like we're worried about there would be more coming in later for that. This is something that we have looked at and would recommend approval of should you approve the project.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Daniel? Yes?
Sorry, Daniel, Lot 1, what is taking place on Lot 1?
Lot 1 is an existing home. They will be demoing a portion, I believe it's the garage that has been added on over the years. They would be demoing that western portion of that to make room for the drive aisle to go through there.
So where is their garage at?
That would be a question for the applicant. I do not know where they would be.
So we haven't closed public hearing yet. He can come up and speak.
We have not, and it's a good question. I don't even see parking
I don't see a
for that
drive
particular
surface,
one.
a driveway surface for it, so that's where I'm asking that, or why I'm asking the question. And then the lighter green area is additional landscape buffering, is that what that?
That's the open green space
Okay.
that they,
Yeah, I'd like to know what that is. And then the other
well, are
area.
you asking about the one by the road or the one Lot 7?
The road has what appears to be a sidewalk that runs parallel with it, and then there's a light green surface that's drawn through there. And I can't read what it says, but I believe that's that landscape buffer, is that correct? Okay, so is the driveway going over that landscape buffer? That would be a question for the applicant, or is their driveway going to be off of the new private driveway that we're allowing them to put in along that western boundary?
That would be a question for the applicant.
Okay. And so that other Lot 7 gray area, or green area, what is it? Is it for stormwater retention?
Yes.
So I believe their stormwater retention is there north of Lot 8, is where they are showing stormwater retention. The Lot 7 lighter green area, it does show landscape open space.
So it's an open space for kids to play?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, thank you, Daniel. Andrew, would you like to answer the question, if you don't mind, regarding the parking for Lot 1, where they access parking and where it is on that particular lot?
Yeah, Councilman Haverfield. You can see there in the white that runs perpendicular to Lone Star from Lot 1. That is the existing drive for that single family. So we're not proposing to move their access point. That was one of the items we researched with the staff, that providing that new access point for the private drive would not conflict with the existing drive for the existing single family. Let me go over these photos here. It'll make it a little more clear. So this is the existing drive that goes, and that 25-foot, the thinner green space is the landscape buffer, which is included. Yeah, it is over the top of that driveway. And then the other one was were you going to say something?
Take out some weeds.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is going to be a better looking project at the end. Let me go to one of the renderings here that I think shows it well. Oh, there it was. Yeah, so this is the intended end result.
So to clarify, you're not blowing out the parking on the other side. It's likely an extra bedroom that's going to be taken out, and then it just will move over. The parking is on the west side of the property.
Correct, yeah, of the existing Lot 1. And we talked about trying to, maneuver parking in from that same drive aisle, but, you have to do another drive aisle behind it, to get to where that garage is currently, and it just, isn't the best aesthetic for the project overall versus having it, fenced off, landscaped, more privacy. So to answer your question on the landscape buffer, just to make sure that was clear, this is a zoomed in version of that open space. So Lot 7 is underground stormwater treatment with grass covering that, and then the above ground bioswale on the right of Lot 8, the text there is a secondary retention pond. So one is
So it's
subterranean.
overflow?
We'll both serve the needed capacity to serve the stormwater, but one, we had to go underground to be able to allow that open space, but we didn't have to go underground for the whole thing. So a portion of that is just a retention pond above ground, but obviously you can't use that for, playing soccer or
Is
anything
it
like
fed
that.
from the subsurface retention area in Lot 7, or is it surface runoff from Lot 8 and the drive?
So the road, you can see those two black dots in the 20-foot private drive.
I'm sorry, I don't need to get into the weeds.
Well, to answer the question though, it's funneling from the road to a grate and then to the underground storage system.
Can you go back to the road frontage improvements? Is there a sidewalk being proposed as a part of this?
There is, yeah.
Is it 8 feet wide, or what
I
is
believe it's 10 feet, yeah, is the requirement. So when we go to that rendering again shows that same sidewalk, yeah.
I saw it in that image, and that's what prompted my thoughts. So it could be connected further as other development happens on the east and west sides.
Right, and that right-of-way line is the face of walk facing Lone Star, so the right side of that.
Thank you. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question. Do you know how far it is from Middleton Road to that first driveway? If you were westbound?
Let me pull up an aerial here. This might. Oh, Councilman Reynolds, I do not know off the top of my head, but it's a fairly long distance.
Mayor?
Yes.
Daniel stated that it's almost a quarter of a mile.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Mayor.
Yes.
So on the storm drain lot that's back in next to the T-head, you've got something showing on the corner. It's labeled number 2, but on our documents, they're unreadable.
Oh, yeah, that's a trash enclosure, the rectangle there. Yeah.
So you're planning a dumpster?
Centralized location, yeah. I mean, we find that, oftentimes on trash day, you end up with, several 16, 95-gallon bins strewn about, that it's a little cleaner to have that centralized pickup location, and then you can have, more pickup frequency to kind of meet the demand. That's what we've seen work fairly well and, be a good aesthetic there.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I just have a quick question for Daniel, and it really relates to the proximity of the original driveway and then this new drive lane. I know in the past sometimes we don't allow such a close proximity for 2 access points, but here we have allowed that. Can you explain that a little bit?
So looking back at Caleb's review on that, it doesn't look like he specifically addressed that. I would guess that it's one of those, it's a situation where the existing, if you'll remember the pictures that he showed, it's an existing driveway that is a common driveway with the neighbor. It's that full width there. So even removing just that section there doesn't remove the other access that would be there. Let me go over here and see if I can. Other way? Okay. So you can see that their driveway is shared between them and the neighbors. It's entirely paved. So even removing just that section doesn't necessarily remove the number of accesses through there, and so that's likely the reasoning for the allowance for this.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. Okay. Council, discussion or further questions? This is an opportunity to discuss the direction we're going. And then I just we will close public hearing if there are no other questions for our applicant or anything that we would be asking of them.
Mayor, I
See, no?
have comments.
Okay, I think this is the time for it. So but I think at that, if
It's
there
fine
are,
if we don't close hearing, in case there's questions that come
because
up.
you could have a question that comes up that they could respond to a suggestion. Is that a thought?
Well, maybe my comments may spur a question to the applicant.
Okay, well, let's go
By
for it,
somebody
David.
else, okay.
You may go for it.
I think the project is very unique. I think it has merit. I think it's in the wrong location. They're using the RS4, which is a tight zone for infill. I don't believe this is an infill property when you've got a 50-acre beside it, 50 to an 80-acre beside it. So I'm struggling to see that. Again, the townhouse concept, I don't have a problem with. I understand the CUP is being asked for to have that townhome. I just think back to where we were at on the infill project a few weeks ago that was proposing townhomes, and it seemed like the density was far above the neighborhood. And yet those townhome elevations, they looked like single-family homes, even though they were attached. Actually, they weren't attached, they had single lots. This, to me, looks like an apartment project being put in an RS4 with a CUP. The dumpster idea, I understand it for efficiency, but it only confirms for me that it's really being operated or foreseen. I understand the real estate side, that's separate ownership. I think it'll be investment ownership, much like a duplex, fourplex project. I don't know that this would necessarily be home ownership as much as investor, because the project is designed and it appears much like a lot of other projects in Nampa that are investor-owned and rented out. I think for an RS7 across the street and this getting an RS4 and the particular elevations, I don't think they conform to the single family across the street. And so I'm kind of struggling with it. The 20-foot aisle, I understand it's not typically done, although staff says occasionally it does as far as the private drive beyond the 4 lots. And so it's got a good, unique project, but I think it's the wrong location from the zoning point of view. I think if staff can share any light on that, educate me, I'd appreciate it. But otherwise, I'm struggling with this one.
Okay, thank you for those comments.
Here. To understand, for the RS4, this is intended to be sold properties, not leased out or rentals, or does that allow flexibility to be able to do that?
You may be asking me the question. I think I would defer to staff to answer that question. It's intended for, at least based on my understanding, it's intended as private ownership, the way it's designed, but I think what we're hearing from Councilman Bills, the likelihood of that, it may be owned, but more likely rented out. But Christy, would you like to answer that question?
Mayor and Councilman, we have no way of controlling who owns a piece of property. So if it's intended to be single ownership and an investor buys it, we don't have any way of saying that they can't do that.
Is it possible within our development agreement? No. Rodney's given a no and a lawyer's given a no, so I'll go with no.
Okay.
We wouldn't want to do that anyway, because if we believe in property rights, we want people to be able to do whatever with their property, so.
And I'm moving to approve the project because I think it's conducive with the area. The neighbors are not opposing it. They were, on the word of the applicant, aware of what was going in here. I think it's a project where it is infill. I don't know, unless that farmer gobbles up that piece of property and then develops the full area, that it would only be, in my mind, for this specifically infill, but and I'd be ready to make a motion on that if the discussion's over.
I think we had further discussion. Do we have further discussion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes, thank you.
I do. I have a question for legal.
Right, we'll have to close public hearing.
Joe, we're mixing in comments with our discussion after the closed hearing. I know
The
we
hearing's not
haven't.
closed,
I know
and so we
that.
cannot take any motions
I know.
until we close public hearing.
We haven't closed the hearing yet.
Correct.
Usually, we talk about these issues after we close the hearing. I just want to make sure we're okay doing what we're doing.
Madam Mayor, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's even preferred to do exactly what you're doing, just in case you need to get some additional comments. So
we're good. Okay, thank you.
Spot on.
Thank you.
I did it intentionally because with the concern that we may have a suggestion for a change, and it depends on where we go, I chose to leave it open. If we think that there are no further suggestions to the applicant, we can close it. But as he said, we're welcome to have discussion, but I will not entertain a motion. When we're done discussing, then we'll close public hearing and entertain a motion.
Actually, Mayor, I like it this way, so
Do
I
you?
just want to
Okay.
clarify in my own head, so thank you.
That it's helpful.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, question for
Yes.
Christy. Christy, I know that we updated our codes a little while ago as far as the design goes, and I know that's not what we're doing, but I just want to make sure that it's going to meet what I would prefer it be or what I think that it should be, just in case we need to put conditions on it. So with the updated codes, I guess my concern is when I look at the photos of it, it just looks so flat. And that scares me a little bit because in times past, we've seen things get approved and then in 5-10 years, they just look like cardboard, kind of. And I'm not saying that their project's going to look like that. I just don't want to put us in a position where we've built something that in time doesn't wear very well. So with our updated code, do you feel like that would be a concern with what we have in place, or do we need to put extra conditions on extra materials or things to make it look a little bit nicer?
So Mayor and Councilwoman Jangila, we actually do not have design review codes for residential projects.
Well, we don't.
So in the RS zone, I don't have the ability to do a design review process. If you were to require something specific in a development agreement, then when we review the building permit, we could try to apply that, but we don't have anything in code that would outline what they have to do.
Okay, so this would be the time then that we would do that.
Could I ask a quick question on that? So, but we do have.
Multifamily.
Exactly, and back to Councilman Bill's comments, that this looks like multifamily, and we do have design codes for multifamily.
Correct, but
we
it's
do not for
defined,
this.
it's defined by the number of units in a structure, and 2 does not fall into that definition.
But can we apply those same design codes through the development agreement?
I suspect you probably could.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at, okay.
Mayor Kling, I have a
Yes.
question for fire, if Ron could come out. So I'm struggling with the 20-foot width and wondering what the difference would be with 4 feet. But the question is, what if there's parking of vehicles in that area? Will it clear? I worry about that.
Sure, thank you for that question, Councilman Rodriguez. So fire code does allow for a 20-foot wide fire lane. However, no parking is allowed on either side of the road with that. So on a 20-foot wide lane, they do have to install no parking signs, fire lane, down both sides of the road to prevent that.
Did I see, I don't know if I saw that in the fire report or the response. Was it in there?
I thought it was in there. I usually put it in there.
Okay.
So.
Was it? Okay, no concerns, right, that's what I was thinking. But as far as the no parking on there.
Yeah. Yep, it should be in there.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
All right, Mayor.
Yes, so Councilman Griffin and then
Missed it.
Haverfield.
I'm just curious, and I'm glad we kept the public hearing open. Would the applicant, if we adopted the multifamily code for the exterior and the, help me,
Design standards?
design standards, would that be something that would stop the project from moving forward if we adopted that and implemented it in our development agreement?
No.
Short and easy, thank you.
And while I'm up here, if I may, Madam Mayor, if we go the multifamily route and we keep the trash enclosure centralized, originally before the multifamily design discussion, we could revise this to a 95-gallon individual bin to have it more that single-family feel. And to touch on the investor, home, single-family owner role, I mean, there are single-family homes that are 1-story that are rentals. I mean, there's really not anything that, people rent those all day long. So if this is a duplex, it doesn't mean that it's going to be more of a rental or less of a rental. I think from an operations standpoint, Councilman Bills, what you were saying, that the centralized dumpster is more set up for that. That wasn't the intent of the project. It was strictly just from, like you said, an efficiency standpoint and aesthetics to consolidate that area. So that is an option if we wanted to go to the 95-gallon bin, separate uses and have those screened and enclosed and that type of a feel. I do feel that it is, medium density residential is more of a high density, residential infill. That's kind of the nature of it. And so I think treating this as that more multifamily with the design guidelines makes a lot of sense for the design review.
Thank you.
Follow-up, Mayor. Was the reason for having it centralized other than the convenience sense of pickup and keeping it clean? Is there a difference in cost that will be incurred for having it rather than the 95-gallon bins?
Yeah. I'm sure there is, but I don't think it's significant either way to, that wasn't the main key factor in it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've just had other projects where it just becomes a cluster of, trash enclosures and yeah, they just become hazards, so. Any other questions while I'm up here?
Could be, but thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So, yes.
So I have a question for Christy. The reason, or can you explain or at least indicate if this was considered a PUD? Or would it not fall under the criteria properly for a planned unit development?
Mayor and Councilman, they're not asking for any kind of increase in density or any special waivers or exceptions to the code. They meet the regular code, so this does not fall within the planned unit development guidelines.
So there's no advantages or disadvantages at this point?
Correct.
To go that direction? All right, thank you.
Christy, could you, two questions. One is the setback. So Councilman Haverfield earlier mentioned that 5-foot setback. Can you remind me, have we changed our code to where we've increased the setback?
Yes.
And
So we changed our code in September, in September to be the 15-foot rear setback. Conversations with this project had been ongoing for well over a year. They submitted their application. A preliminary plat is really a parcel boundary. It's not the footprint of the building. So we can go ahead and approve the preliminary plat, and we can deal with the footprint of the building at a later date to fit within that setback, or what we call a building envelope. We do have a 15-foot setback on all residential zoned properties in the rear. And so we would have to work with them on what that would look like. The enclosed patio deck situation does create a 5-foot setback rather than the 10-foot setback. If that was just a flat piece of cement, then they'd be 10 feet to the exterior wall on the rear side. But since they've enclosed the deck and the patio, then that creates part of the structure. So it looks like they are sitting at 5 feet. So that might be something that you want to talk about. You have the ability to grant exceptions to certain portions of the code in situations where a property might be kind of tight. So right now with their 20-foot drive aisle and the setback and everything else, it would really be up to them to determine if they can lose another 5 feet of their structure or not. Or if you would be willing to work with them and give them an exception for 5 feet and say they can have a 10-foot setback on their rear instead. That would be part of a development agreement.
Okay. So thank you for answering that question. I'm just going to make a comment, and I so appreciate the work that's been done here, but philosophically, I'm going to start by saying one thing. I know that and I don't know if it's fair to reference, but historically we have had questions about parking spaces and having enough parking spaces for guest parking. This is, if I counted correctly, there were only 4 spaces there for all of these units. And so meaning if you had company over to your house, somebody had guests over, they took those 4, there would be no place for anyone to park. Because you're not allowed to park on that road. And so then the question is, where are they going to park?
Mayor, I believe in the map they had overflow parking in Lot 8.
There's only 4 parking spaces in Lot 8. Is that correct? Could I have you confirm? I believe there were 4 parking spaces in Lot 8.
But they have the two-car garage plus the 2 in the driveway, so
It
4 each
still
unit.
doesn't give you guest parking. If you have, I say that, I live where I have a garage and I have a parking spot. If my family comes over to visit, we have exceeded all 4 of those, and that is 1 unit. We've had this discussion for quite some time at this council, that we need to ensure there's adequate parking for anyone that would be living there, because otherwise they're having to park across the street and cross the street or park somewhere. So that's just a comment. And just so, real quick question, are there 4 parking spots there? Is that correct?
4 guests on Lot 8, yes, and we
Yeah.
are over parked on per code, but to your point, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So that's my only question, thank you. So when I'm going to share my opinion on this, I'm concerned that we're trying to, it's kind of like when you're putting a square peg in a round hole. There's a lot going on here in a very small space. And so the concern I'm hearing when I'm hearing Christie say, well, you could waive this requirement, you could waive that requirement, we could go against the requirements that we've actually put in code and we recently changed, we would be, I mean, so she said we could waive our 15-foot setback. We just put a 15-foot setback in code to protect against the 5-foot setbacks. So I just question that. Why do we have code? Why did we implement code if we're going to turn around and say, no, it doesn't matter? So that's a question I'm going to pose to council for consideration.
Mayor, I'd like to respond just with my thoughts. I just look at it, and he had expressed it in his presentation that prior to his application process or upon submittal, it was still the 5-foot setback. So I give him a little bit of grace in the sense of the engineering and the architecture and all going down the path to make this project feasible. And we're going to say, well, we know what we told you upon applying, but we changed in the meantime. I think is a difficult standard to set for this specific circumstance. Even though I'm also in favor of the 15-foot setback, I think 50, 100,000, 150,000 in planning and engineering and so on is a tough precedent to set for somebody who didn't know any better.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Yes.
A couple of things, just food for thought. And Christie, can you answer the setback, the building setback from the road surface, the drive lane, can it be less than 15?
To the living space can be 15, the driveway is 20.
20. But where there's a 5-foot sidewalk, can the actual building frontage, not the garage, be reduced slightly, like 5 feet?
So we prefer that they don't allow vehicles to overhang the sidewalk.
They wouldn't. The garages would stay as they're configured. I'm talking about the living space on either side of the garages as it's projecting out.
Yeah, that can be 15 feet.
15. To the sidewalk surface or to the drive lane surface?
To the back of the sidewalk.
To the back of the sidewalk. Okay. I was just thinking that might be a way to increase some area of the building on the
Well,
living area.
Mayor, if I can, Mr. Haverfield, Councilman, what you need to keep in mind is that the building setback, so you have a property line, and that property line typically is 1 to 2 feet behind sidewalk, unless on this plat, which we can't see, is if the property line is even with the back of sidewalk. And so multiple plats in Nampa have been approved to allow the building to come to that 15-foot on the building portion, not the garage portion.
Right.
But to my knowledge, in an RS zone, it's not yet been breached to go less than 15 foot. And you have to keep in mind you have a joint trench that's going to run down through the easement that they require a minimum of 10 feet behind the sidewalk. So, and you put transformers and other devices there. And then from a, typically RS, has separation, those garage fronts being together in the same plane and not offset. That's why it looks multifamily. It doesn't, and I understand, to the fourplex look as opposed to if they were offset, then it has maybe a more semblance of a single family. But I would discourage, I believe if the council made a decision to breach that 15, you would see multiple projects come in asking for that.
20-foot wide drive lanes.
Mayor?
Yes, Rodney.
I'm sorry. Mayor, you've asked me to step in where I think we need some kind of direction, and I'm doing that here. I'm stepping out on a limb here. We had a workshop with council back in January, and we showed this slide, and we just emphasized that our code takes care of a lot of things. If code needs to change, then we need to have a conversation with City Council. But what we decided at that time is that these three things were kind of our main things we need to focus on with council in the decision-making. I would just suggest that we focus more on the criteria for approval of a CUP, the criteria for annexation, and the criteria for zoning, and then code takes care of the specifics of parking. And if there are concerns about that, we can talk about that, but there's parking, there's setbacks, there's drive aisles, all those things are handled through the code. And so instead of getting bogged down here and focusing on to the specific details of code, I would just suggest that we try to focus on the criteria for approval.
Let me follow up, so before I move over here. So Rodney, I have a quick question. I think the challenge here, and this is where I would appreciate some explanation, we've got a lot going on here because they're asking for a conditional use permit. But if we follow code, and we follow code at a 15-foot setback, right? So I'm just thinking about some of this doesn't actually fit. You've got a lot that maybe doesn't even fit on this ground, but if we say there is no variance to setback and we need to follow code, yet we're approving, one, a conditional use permit to allow for the 2-unit townhouses, a subdivision preliminary plat, and we have the opportunity to do a development agreement, not knowing what we need to put in there. Does that make sense? That's what's a little challenging on this one because there's a whole lot in this.
Sure. Mayor, again, I would just say that that's between the applicant and staff to work out the details. Code has been approved. City Council has approved code.
Which is the 15-foot setback.
That's correct.
Okay,
so they
thank
have
you.
to work that out. They have to figure out a way to make that happen. If there's concerns about the visuals you've seen, you can lock that into a development agreement. You can put that in. If you're concerned about that, that can be handled. But the amount of parking is handled in code. The amount, the size of the driveway is handled in code. You know, I worry that we're getting away from the purpose of what we're being asked to do right now.
Let me ask you one more question, though.
Sure.
When we're talking parking, when you're talking a lane that's a 20-foot lane with no parking allowed, that's a little different than when you're approving something on a public road that would allow on-street parking. So what we've done in the past is we've asked for additional parking to ensure there's enough parking for guest parking in addition to a garage plus your driveway. So in this case, where there is no parking along that drive aisle, if someone has guests, there's only 4 spots for 8 units. So that's the difference in this case, where on a development agreement side, because you don't have any on-street parking. So that's why I bring it up, recognizing you've got code, but that code applies to a public road, right? Versus a private aisle that has no parking allowed for the entire area. So that's why my head's going to parking.
So code doesn't specifically state that the difference for parking, the difference between a public road and a private road. So we don't really know. So you're right, the context might impact what you decide to do. But I would just, again, I just caution that we need to treat all applicants fairly, and that's what our code is meant for.
Except this is an annexation, And what we've been told by legal is that at an annexation, that is the time that we have an opportunity to say, is it compatible, right? That's where you could say lack of
Correct.
compatibility. But in an annexation, that's the time we can put a development. That is the time that we can put parameters on it.
You can,
Otherwise, we don't
absolutely.
get to put any parameters. So we either do it now at annexation or it's done, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, yes.
Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Is there a second? Second. Was that a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Councilman, woman?
Mayor, in the
Jangula?
spirit of this conversation, Rodney, I can appreciate what you're saying. Maybe then, because I just found out that this design code is different than the multifamily, maybe we look at adjusting that to match, in our code, to match this zone with multifamily.
Is that,
Not in this
Right, that's just a
approval.
comment.
I'm just commenting, saying maybe we
Comment.
should look into that, just
Yes.
since we ran into it today and it was new.
yeah, okay?
So a follow-up
Councilman,
question
yes.
there. Rodney, would an RD go in this location?
The comp plan allows an RD zone to be placed in this location.
Is there a reason why RD was not considered?
Yeah, good question. It wouldn't change whether this project would meet the code. This would be the same project, I think, in an RD zone, so that's a good question. Again, Chrissy, have you had conversations with the applicant?
So in an RD zone, you've got a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. In an RS6 zone, you've got a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. In this zone, you have a lot size of a minimum of 4,000 square feet. I don't think that if they did, say in an RD zone, they'd be allowed to do 4-unit townhouse structures without a conditional use permit. I don't think that the density is going to change, but you're going to have a larger mass inside of one structure if you do it that way. So I think what they were trying to stick with was the RS zoning because it was compatible with the surrounding zoning. Conditional use permit for duplexes so that their masses of structures weren't as big as a fourplex, and then, could still have the little single-family parcels in there as well.
I understand what you said. I don't think their design is meeting that intent. So that's why I'm asking about the RD, so.
Mayor?
Yeah, okay, we have.
No, you definitely go ahead
Okay,
first.
Councilman Reynolds and then Griffin.
Just add my comment. I'm in favor of the annexation. I'm not in favor of the CUP or the zoning to RS4. I just don't feel like it fits. And it's not compatible for this area with the design shown. And I don't like the two entrances that close together on Lone Star. I feel like at some point there'll be a roundabout there on Middleton and Lone Star, and the traffic's going to fly through there, and it just adds that much more congestion on a 2-lane country road as it is. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Okay,
Mayor, I move to approve the annexation and zoning. Yes. The annexation and zoning to RS4 with a conditional use permit for duplexes, a subdivision preliminary plat for Baylor subdivision, as well as a development agreement specifying that design review standards need to be set the same as a multifamily project at 11236 Lone Star Road for the Land Architect LLC representing Jesse Vanderlinden, ANN-00292-2023, CUP-00323-2023, SPP-00133-2023. I'm sure, is there a development agreement code that needs to go into that parentheses? Okay. with all conditions listed in the staff report and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
I'll second that.
So discussion?
Yes, Mayor. I have two that I understand the issues that my fellow council has brought up. I see that, and I question those as well. However, we just heard from Rodney that says that everything is in order and they're in compliance. So all these other issues will be taken care of down the road and within the process of getting this thing done. So this is why I approved it, because we're getting away from the trees for the weeds, and I don't want to start doing that. So that's why I gave it a second. You all have a decision to make, and that's my decision.
Mayor, really quick.
Yes.
Just a point of transparency, when we were talking about the fire, so Ron Johnson with the Fire Nampa District did submit, it's a 3-page letter in here. Starts on page 413 in our packet. And he does specify in conditions under 1 where it does talk about that signs do need to be posted. So I just wanted to make that known that was part of the packet. And then also, I side with Mayor on this on the parking. Parking is an issue for me, usually. And I do agree with that, so I don't know if it's too late to now add conversation about that. I think it probably is, but that was one thing I wanted to discuss. So.
It may not be if that would be added to the motion in a development agreement, for example, to require 8 parking spaces instead of the 4. And that would be a discussion.
Yeah.
So.
Because I don't dislike the project, and I do believe that it is infill. I know there's different opinions on that, but I don't dislike it, but I do agree with you on the parking, and I think that's going to be a constant issue. And if we need to ensure that that's clear for the fire to be able to get in and out for public safety reasons, I mean, we need to add some more parking in there, my opinion.
So that would be, so we have 2 things right now. That would be a question for Councilman Griffin to add additional, would you be willing to add that to your motion? And you can say yes or no, but I do want to pause and say I need the discussion between our legal counsel, Joe Borton, and Randy Haverfield and Griffins. I need your discussion to go public. You guys had a discussion, and we cannot have private discussions during a public hearing. So I just need those to be brought forward.
What I asked was if the setbacks, if we're talking about what is approved today or what was approved when they started the process. So the setbacks are important, even in looking at the detailing that was provided by the landscape architect as far as the required size for a tree. You've got the ball of the tree, and then you've got width beyond that are required even in their own detailing. So a minimum of 10 feet has to be provided just for a smaller tree. When it gets to be a bigger tree, 15 feet is the minimum, that you would want, because it's to the width of the actual foliage. So the 15-foot that Councilman Bills mentioned maintaining in the front, I think is important. I'm not sure where their utilities will fall, if it's underneath the sidewalks or on the western perimeter. They'll bring utilities in at some point there. But I'm concerned about the eastern side of those buildings, maintaining at least a 10 to 15-foot separation to property line from the building face, just for the health of the trees that are planted there. So I think the configuration of the eastern side of those buildings, those decks need to be removed. The patios could be left because they're on the surface and roots can grow underneath them. Eventually, they're going to have a problem with lifting and maybe of those slabs, but I think maintaining a 15-foot setback on that eastern side of those units would be something I would support. If it's not in the motion, then I'll be voting no. That's what I asked Joe, as far as what setback are we stating? Are we going off of what's been put in the packet? Or I've heard that our currently adopted code says 15 feet. That's what I was
It's
asking for
currently.
clarity on.
And we all need that same information, so thank you. That's why it's very important that our conversation's open, because everybody needs to hear that. My understanding from what Rodney, you said, is that this project has to adhere to current code, and the setback as of today is 15 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. And,
Okay.
and you're correct in saying that that structure, because it's got the roof on it, because it's got a roof, we consider that part of the structure. And so that would not qualify to, yeah, that would not be allowed in that 15 feet.
That's unfortunate, though, because it's what makes it attractive. If you what we're approving is what we're seeing there. And so you get rid of that, and you no longer have that amenity, which is that patio, et cetera, that's gone. And so, yeah,
Mayor,
yes.
and I had asked Joe if my motion was proper, so that was my question. Rodney, if he places, rather than the roof line coming across, if he places just a shade barrier over the exit door to the patio, would that make it a part of the project, or is it the roof that's making it non-conform to the 15-foot setback? If we had, I don't know if we can imagine this together, but on the sides of buildings, when you go anywhere that's modern, they have those two metal bars holding a basically flat piece of metal to use as a shade barrier or for rain runoff. Would that be considered part of the actual building that they would have to do 15 foot off that, or could they do their patios as well as a covering, just not the roof line?
Mayor and council, we allow a 2-foot intrusion into that setback for those types of things. But this is a significant intrusion. It's beyond that 2 feet.
And the only reason I ask is for the applicant to understand as well, but I'm sure when he goes through the process with you, if it gets approved tonight, you'll let him know.
Mayor, the only other item that I mentioned was to Sebastian in his motion that 2 additional parking spaces could be added to the end of the drive lane going up on the northern edge off of that drive lane, so that you could kind of split it in half. Instead of 8 or 4, it could be 6.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, to answer your question as well, I don't know that I would want to support the motion to require 8 additional parking spaces. I think the developer understands that there's parking issues in Nampa.
And not 8 additional.
8 total.
A total of 8,
The 4
yeah.
guest. I think, and I think 4 would be sufficient. However, I think the developer, I would hate to have to strong arm the developer to put in 4 more in addition to the 4 that is in addition to the 4 on the actual unit. So
you're not
if you want to
willing-
deny
okay.
the motion and then we can reapprove, I think just holding it at 8 would not.
Christy, can we pull that up, just that visual again, so we can see where those extra additional parking spaces would go? I'm just having a hard time visualizing it. And then would our green space still qualify?
It would be right there.
So where are the other
think
4 right now?
They're right here in Lot 8.
Okay.
There's 4. And then I think what Councilman Haverfield was talking about was putting 2 more down here. That is not part of the open space calculation.
Okay. And so there would be 4 and then 2, not 4 and 4.
So just as a calculation here with the duplexes and the single family, they would be required to have 16 and a half parking spaces, so 17 parking spaces, according to the formula that's in our code right now. They've provided 30, counting the garages.
But, and you know, I know it's code, but we have talked about development agreements. We have been really consistent with other developments, and I can tell you specific ones that we've recently had considerable discussion, and we have required them to increase their parking in situations like this through a development agreement before we did an annexation. So even though it isn't code, there's the practical side of life of ensuring that you have adequate parking. So, okay,
And
so.
this one is unique because there is no street parking, where in other
None.
ones that we've approved that, or made those conditions, they've actually even had additional availability on the street. Not that it's preferred, but it's available. In this case, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion before we go to roll call?
And I think one of the things to just look at as well, where the trash can is, if they end up moving to the 95-gallon bins, maybe they don't have to have that entire all-unit trash bin. They could probably put 2, 3, 4 more right there as well. If it doesn't encroach on their open space, maybe it does. However, once again, I think the applicant has heard the comments, understands, and if they don't comply, I'm sure they're going to get plenty of complaints from their tenants or future buyers or whatever it goes through.
The only comment I would say to that is that when we make decisions here, we set the precedent for future decisions, and they come back. And so that's why I reference prior decisions that we have in ensuring the livability of our community. So I think it's important that we ensure that you have adequate amenities for the people. Yes.
I'll just say, in other jurisdictions that I've worked in, when individual bins are provided as the preferred method for trash pickup, there is to be a defined space within the garages themselves where they can be placed in the plans as they're developed. So in this case, having a centralized trash pickup area defined precludes that requirement. If the trash enclosures the main one goes away, then I think there should be provisions made, instead of having those bins just sitting out on driveways, that there would be a place identified in the design of the units where they would go, screened inside, like in a garage.
Sometimes HOAs actually just, you only set your trash can out on trash day, and it comes right back inside your garage, enclosed unit in your garage.
And that's, again, like I say, defined in the building plans.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, at this point, we have a motion and a second, and let's move to roll call.
Jingula.
Sorry, can we just clarify the motion since we've jumbled it?
So the motion is to approve it really as is. I'm trying to think with the conditions as noted. And the only other thing was the design, am I correct? Applying the multifamily design standard to this particular project.
Mayor, I would also add that not really approving it as is, because it still has to comply to code, that they would be required to be at that 15-foot setback. That's part of the code requirement. So not as is, because they're going to have to shift and change their plan no matter what to be able to conform to that because of the roof line.
Right. And when I said as is, I didn't mean as their plan, but according to code, the motion. But thank you for the clarity. Thank you. Okay.
I need more parking, so no.
Okay.
Bills.
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Haverfield.
I'm going to bolster Sebastian's ego a little bit and say yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, there is a tie.
And in this one, I'm going to vote no. And I will say the reason I'm going to vote no, and I would stand for a different motion, and that is just to accommodate enough parking. So and I would even go with the 6 if need be, but it would be, or we'd leave it at that. But I agree on the parking situation. I think there's a lot going on. There's a few too many units. You could get rid of one unit, and I know it's all about money and the cost, but if you could reduce a unit in there and get the space that is really needed in there, and you may have to with a 15-foot setback anyway. So that would be, that's my thought.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Question then for Daniel. Can I ask a question of staff?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So Daniel, the way that this is configured, there's some underground stormwater retention on the south side of those parking spaces.
Correct.
And then there's surface retention on the north side. Is there any reason why the parking spaces can't be slid down to the south to provide that as a double-loaded parking area, so you could actually increase the number of parking spaces to 7 or 8 by having a portion of the paved surface over the subsurface retention area?
That area, subsurface retention area, is their 5%, is part of their 5% open space that you require. So if they were to move the parking into that, that would encroach on the required open space. And so I don't think that would be feasible to do.
So what about the swaled area? Is that qualified open space as well in the calculations?
No, that would not be qualified open space, but it is area that they have identified that they need for their storm drainage.
And the reason why it's not subsurface?
That would be their choice and
That'd
their
be their
design.
choice. It doesn't have to be surface water treatment then,
So it could actually be subsurface with parking.
right?
Is
The only
that
thing
correct?
that, as he's mentioned, you could slide that down to be able to have a double-loaded drive lane there with parking on both sides of it, still have some open space, but it probably won't meet the 5% qualified open area.
But if the swelled area, the stormwater area, which is over by 8, Lot 8, if that were subsurface drainage, could you do stormwater subsurface in that location?
If, yes, subsurface stormwater drainage could be done there. I don't have enough detail or time to design on the fly to tell you whether they would be able to get the parking you're requesting in that area with the lot configurations that are there, or if changes could be made to do that.
Okay, thank you, though. Okay. Okay, council, we've been here for good grief, an hour and a half on this one. Yeah, plus. So are we done, or is there a substitute, any substitute?
Mayor Kling,
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion, and this is going to be wild, but I think we're all tired of this, and so let's do this. If we have so many issues and so many questions about this particular incident or this particular project, could we continue it to allow the developer to get all this done and figure out a better solution? Otherwise, it's going to be denied. So that's my motion. I know it's an hour and a half later, we should have done this earlier, but we're not getting anywhere unless you want to just deny it.
If there's a second to that motion?
Motion is to defer it.
To defer it and allow them to come back with an answer to some of our questions.
Mayor Kling, I think I'll second the motion. I believe that there is a path to get additional parking, potentially over that surface retention area. That's not a part of the qualified open area at this time. And then even at the end of that drive lane, there's a couple of routes that they could maybe work with staff to come up with a configuration that still would make this work. And then maybe at the same time, they could reconfigure the footprints of the buildings to show the 15-foot separation off that eastern property line.
Okay.
So I'd second the motion.
Okay, so the motion is seconded, yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah,
If there's going to be a continuance, two things. You may want to reopen the public hearing
yes.
first, and then if you continue it to a date certain for noticing purposes.
I agree. So just from a process standpoint, do we need to reopen the public hearing before we vote on the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So do we pause on that motion and have a motion to reopen public hearing? Can I do that
Yes.
just from a process? Okay, so I would stand for a motion to reopen public hearing.
So moved.
Roll call?
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Pingula,
Yes.
Bills,
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin. Yes. Motion carries.
Okay. Then the next motion on the table is actually a motion to continue this public hearing to date certain. And I guess I would suggest the date certain be our first council meeting in April. Need to look real quickly at that date.
Yeah, we don't have any public hearings from planning on that day.
So that would be April 1st. Okay, so I would suggest that we go with date certain of April 1.
Mayor, I will make that motion for April 1st to continue it.
Second.
Okay, is there any further discussion on that? Roll call.
Pingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So, thank you. So I think if based on this discussion, what I would hope is that on April 1st, we come back and we have some clarification on what can happen within the 15-foot setback that will be required by adding additional parking spaces, with the clarity on the storm drain issue, if it was subsurface, what that would accommodate and how we could accommodate to meet the concerns of this particular body. So,
Mayor,
yes.
I'd appreciate that when it comes back, that the plat shows the setback lines.
Thank you.
That are typical seen on an RS application. So then there's
Thank
not
you.
a guess where setbacks are and what building envelopes, where Rodney's correct, we wade into the weeds. The plat should have already defined all that.
Thank you. Very good point. Okay. So we are going to move at this time to 8.2 on the agenda. I want to ask a quick question. Council, do we need a break? Or are we okay to keep going? No break needed? Pardon?
You need 5.
Council President suggests take 5. Sorry, guys, we're going to take 5 minutes. So we are going to pause for 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Okay. I can get this. Okay. Are we ready to go? I think, text? Ready? Okay. I think we're ready to get started. Take care. Okay, we are ready to move to 8.2 on the agenda. And 8.2 is an action item. This is a zoning map amendment to light industrial zoning district at 76100, 240, 252, and 296th Street North for the city of Nampa. This is to apply a light industrial zoning description to the currently unzoned city property for the Kohler Lawn Cemetery, the railroad and ITD right-of-way. And our staff report is with Rodney.
Mayor and council, this should be one of the easiest ones we've ever seen. This was not zoned years and years ago before it got annexed into the city, and it just never was zoned. And so we're just putting a zone to it. It's consistent with the comp plan for industrial, and that's what we're proposing. There's no public comments or any concerns from agencies. It's like as straightforward as you can get. So this is the Kohler Lawn subdivision, and then here's potential motions. Yeah.
Are there any questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, and we will move to that right now.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up for this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone here this evening that would like to testify on this particular matter? Seeing none,
Mayor, I'd move that we close the public
Thank you.
hearing.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Mayor,
council.
I'd make a motion that we would approve the action before us, that the zoning map amendment to IL Light Industrial Zoning District at 76100, 240, 250, 290 6th Street North for the city of Nampa, ZMA-00186-2023, and to adopt the proposed findings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, 8.3 is an action item. This is annexation and zoning for 11.27 acres to an RS4 single-family residential and 6.56 acres to RS6 single-family residential zoning district for a future single-family development for Wagon Trail subdivision at 3321 East Victory Road. The original concept is 76 single-family dwelling units and 10 common lots, and this is for Wendy Sharif and with JUB Engineers. Thank you. I think you know shared name and address and all that. Yeah.
Good evening,
Thank you.
Mayor, council members. Again, my name is Wendy Sharif with JUB Engineers, and my business address is 2760 West Excursion Lane in Meridian, Idaho. That was great how you guys moved so quickly through that last item, so hopefully we can keep that going. So what I'm here for tonight is really relatively straightforward. We are here with annexation and proposed zoning. For a piece of property, we are proposing for 11.27 acres to be rezoned to RS4 and 6.56 acres to be rezoned to RS6. Basically, where we are bordering existing subdivisions, we are proposing RS6 as a buffer and as sort of a concession. This is an area where this has been an undeveloped parcel for a long time. We have older existing City of Nampa subdivisions, and where we are bordering them, we have lots that are quite a bit bigger. In a lot of ways, this property is almost an infill project. We have Victory Road, which I know you will hear more about soon. Victory Road to the north. We have what will be most likely higher density development to the west of us, and then where we are bordering two existing subdivisions with larger lots, we are proposing again RS6 to the east and RS6 to the south, where we are bordering Park Ridge subdivision. And we have a couple neighbors from Park Ridge who I was able to talk to during the break, which was really helpful. And I know they've got a couple things they want to make sure that we pay attention to when this property eventually develops. We do not have a preliminary plat, although we do have a concept plan, which we are happy to stick to. While there is, where we have water and sewer are available in the area, we do not have a path to actually bring them to the property at this point. So that's why we're just here with the annexation and zoning, and we do not have a preliminary plat this evening. We're close. It has not been negotiated, but rather than letting the property sit, we wanted to go ahead and annex into the city with our concept plan. Again, so our requests here, we have 2 zoning designations, RS6 and RS4. We've really, when we met with the neighbors and did our neighborhood meeting, that was really one of the things that, not that people are ever excited for a property to develop, but they appreciated that we are doing these larger lots where we're bordering those existing homes. So I'm here for any questions. We definitely are hoping to have approval this evening.
Council, questions? Councilman
Mayor?
Bills?
Yes, thank you. Wendy,
Yes.
So if you can shed some light on, from the plat to the east, and then it appears there, at some point, there was kind of an add-on maybe in that area, and then you're connecting to it. You're showing a road connecting to. But I wasn't able to determine from the submission if that road is actually improved. That may be whether you can answer or whether that's a question for engineering. So,
Mayor, Councilmember, are you speaking to that southeast corner where we are providing a stub road?
yeah, it looks like you're providing a stub road, but we don't have connectivity to another public road is what it appears to me, and that's what I'm trying to get clarified.
Mayor, Councilmembers, I think I'll let Daniel speak to that and what exactly that condition is, but we definitely, it's an area where we do need to provide a substreet, and we're happy to do that, but Daniel can talk about why exactly, or what the future plans are for the city for that road stub. If he feels like it. Okay.
No, I was waiting for you. No,
Actually,
I understood she was deferring it, but if you want to jump in now, that's the mayor's, your call.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, so the history on that is that the old property owner on here sold off that little south piece, southeast corner of the property, I believe, to one of his children in the past, and they developed a house. We required them to dedicate the right-of-way for that road to connect to the stub street that was done with Rolling Green subdivision. And so we would likely need to work with this development to pave that portion of the right-of-way. There is a deferral agreement for the homeowner there to, at some point, put in curb gutter sidewalk with an LID, or we, like I say, we would work with the developer to improve that section there as part of the development.
Okay, thanks. It appeared like there possibly is 2 or even 3, and maybe they're outbuildings, I don't know.
And those would be encroaching in, if they are in the public right-of-way, they would be encroaching, and they likely had no permits, and we would work with them to have those removed.
Okay, so that we don't get into a situation near Greenhurst?
Yep.
Greenhurst Elementary, yeah. So, and then the connectivity, so
looking at the aerial photo, I don't see any structures encroaching in the
right-of-way?
In the right-of-way. So it would just be a matter of, paving improvements to connect up to that stub.
Okay. I just saw the continuity, it was going to be important from my perspective, yeah. Thank you.
So Mayor, Councilmembers, yeah, again, we're happy to provide that stub street and that connection, but we're hoping the particulars of that would be up to Daniel, where it's on that other property to the east. And I do want to point out, we are dedicating right-of-way. I know we will be doing frontage improvements on Victory, which is definitely needed out there.
any other questions for our applicant? Well, Wendy, you know how this works, you'll get to come back. And so we'll just save, and you can make note of any questions that come up, and then we'll save it, and we'll have you back.
Okay, Mayor, councilors, and when the neighbors get up, again, we have spoken, there's an existing irrigation pump, and when we get closer to building, hopefully in the future, we'll go out and make sure we coordinate with the neighbors again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The actions requested from you this evening is approval of annexation and zoning to RS4 and RS6 with a concept plan for the future Wagon Trail subdivision at 3321 East Victory Road. Rodney, can you click on my presentation? There we go. Okay. So you guys have already discussed the zoning layout, so I won't go over that again. The area around it to the north is Canyon County Ag, but Kitty Corner is recently annexed city property to the RMH zone, so it will be a high-density project. To the south and east is RS6 zoned property, and to the west is Ag, is still in Canyon County, and then there is a small piece to the southwest that is zoned RD, and there's single-family residences on those larger pieces. The preliminary plat is not being submitted at this time because it's not yet possible to extend sewer to the subject property. A concept plan is being submitted as part of the annexation application and will likely be included in the development agreement should you choose to go that direction. Okay, keep going. So according to engineering comments, the sewer will need to be extended through the offsite parcels located between Mason Creek and East Victory Road and establish easements in order to, well, that's why it's not working, you turned me off. Establish easements in order to serve this property. Sewer will need to be made available for further extension and used by adjacent properties to the east and west. Pressurized irrigation will need to be extended along the frontage of East Victory Road from the westerly pipe stub to serve the property. The city obligates developers to extend these utilities to and through the property at the developer's own expense. So we did have police department
Christy,
comments.
could you just pause there real quickly? Could you go back to that? I'd just like to spend just a second on services because we went really quickly through that. And I think my understanding is from what our applicant said, it is not to the property. So what is the timeline and the process right now to, when do we anticipate having, so I see a 12-inch main on the south side of East Victory Road, and is that the blue line we have right there?
So, Mayor, the blue line would be the domestic water. So domestic water and pressurized irrigation are both available to the site. The sewer is the utility that is not yet to the site. Okay. You can see up along Mason Creek, there's the 21-inch trunk that was taken out there when Columbia High School was extended or built. That the city put in that trunk line there. They would need to either wait for development to the north to come in and extend that sewer through that site, or work with that northern neighbor to acquire easements and construct the sewer through that site prior to them bringing in a preliminary plat for this subdivision.
Okay, so it's the green line, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a green line to the south of this property.
So there is a green line there to the south. However, that is not deep enough to serve this property. Okay. So we're right there on a basin boundary. So this property needs to sewer to the north, to that 12-inch or the 21-inch trunk. Mm-hmm. The trunk to the south is not deep enough. You could probably serve a few houses into the development, but not the entire development.
Okay. So the other RS6 property to the east of this, that is city, is that correct?
Yes, and that is served by septic.
Those are all on septics?
All of that subdivision there, the Rolling Green subdivision, that is all on septic system. Sewer is in Gray's Lane adjacent to them, and at some point in the future, sewer may be extended through that development, but it's not. They don't have septic issues at this time. As that subdivision, once it has the septics begin to fail, that'll be a discussion we'll be having with them about potentially extending
Do you know
that
when
through.
those were approved? That area
That
in there?
subdivision there, if I remember correctly, it was 96 or something, or somewhere around there. No? Was,
The original Park Ridge was 94, 95, 96.
yeah,
No, it was in the aughts.
yeah, okay, yeah, so,
Saying 99,
yeah.
okay. Okay,
It's
but there's
a
not
number of years ago.
A likelihood that we would allow septics, correct?
We would not allow septics on this parcel.
Today,
no.
right, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then, okay, thank you for answering those questions. Christy, I'm sorry I paused you. I just thought while we're on that, we might as well.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the correspondence that was received was from the police department. Both the police department and the fire department based their calculations off of the concept plan. You have that in your notes. Those numbers, could be tweaked slightly as they go forward with their preliminary plat. And then, of course, engineering has their standard construction conditions. So again, going back to the comprehensive plan, it does define compatibility residential areas and medium-density residential. This property is designated as medium-density residential, and the requested zones and concept layout match that requirement. The comprehensive plan outlines goals and strategies for single-family uses and options for housing affordability. This project provides a concept plan that indicates that future development will work towards achieving those goals. The RS6 and RS4 zoning districts are permitted zones in the MDR designation. The future subdivision will be required to meet the standards that are outlined in Title 10, Chapter 8 of our city code. Surrounding properties contain single-family large acreage parcels and an elementary school and multiple single-family subdivisions. So the findings for annexation, there are 3 criteria again. The property owner has consented to this application. The property is contiguous to the city limits on the west, east, and south sides. The property may be assumed to be available for orderly development because it proposes a zone that will address the goals listed in the comprehensive plan, and it complies with adopted city codes and will infill an enclaved area of the city. Or you may determine that it is not available for orderly development because it is not yet possible to extend sewer to the subject property. There are 3 criteria for determining the zoning of the project. 1, it proposes a zone that is compatible with the comprehensive plan. It proposes uses that are compatible with the surrounding uses, and the development of the property is in the interest of the public because it will bring utilities to the project and will make use of the existing utilities, and it will be required to dedicate right-of-way and install frontage improvements, including a 10-foot wide side path that will benefit the community and the nearby school. The recommended conditions of approval are listed in your staff report. These are your potential motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Council, do you have questions? Not at this time? Yes?
I do have a question, Mayor. And in regard to new applications going through the process, do we ever communicate with the school district, or do they ever get the opportunity to give their comments to projects like this?
Councilman Griffin, we send out a list of agencies, to a list of agencies. They're always invited to comment. We take a no comment as a no comment. Nampa School District really doesn't have capacity issues at this time, so they haven't been commenting on projects.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Bills?
So for clarification, Daniel, this may be for yourself, is if the applicant wanted to move forward, would a lift station be allowed if they were not able to secure the easement to the trunk line?
Mayor, Councilman, we tend to try to avoid that at all possible. That if they were to request that, that would be something we would discuss with them, but engineering tends to not take a favorable stance on that if there's a possibility to get gravity. So it's not a, absolutely not, but it's a, we certainly would rather not.
Discouragement?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions? Okay. So this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, we do have speakers signed up. Our first speaker is Larissa Smith.
Larissa, thank you for coming forward and stating your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So my name is Larissa Smith. I live at 3304 Parkview Way here in Nampa. So a couple neighbors and I are here. We live on the Parkview Way. We're the 6 houses that are down at the end. Unfortunately, you probably will approve it and we'll lose our view. We would like to see if you can approve that they only do single stories at our fence line, not second stories, because we'd like to keep our view of the mountains and everything. So we are coming forth to ask if you can only approve single stories at that point.
On the south side.
On the south side, yes.
Okay.
Backing up to our fence line.
Okay.
Can we get a clarification where you're trying to point that out?
So if you look where the line is, yes, thank you, whoever's doing that. Yes, those houses right there. So I'm the first one, you got the second one, the third one, and then we're speaking on behalf of the fifth and sixth one.
I would assume also so that the oversight into backyards, possibly.
Correct, yeah. And then just a note, the neighborhood is not happy about the subdivision.
So anything else you'd like to share?
No.
And
We just
thank
want
you.
single
Duly
stories.
noted.
We do not want two stories on our backyard.
Right. Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Carol Meyer.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Carol Meyer, and I live at 15 South Rolling Green Street. I am in the Rolling Green subdivision, and my house butts up to where the pie shape is, I guess, from Victory, making that awkward angle. Yep, right there. Yeah, go back just a little bit to your right, or to your, yeah, right there. So that's my property. And I also propose, please ask if they only make single stories, because then I can't see the Owyhees anymore. Also, we do have sewer, and we've had it since 1999. We were the first house to build in that subdivision, actually. And I like my sewer. I don't want to have to pay for city. I don't know if that somehow can ever be incorporated into this agreement or something, but for all of us, 100 homes, I think, are in there, to convert, I don't want to have to pay for that into the sewer. I know that's, probably not somebody else's important thing, but I did want to ask how long this was going to take or when this was going to start, or I don't know any of those kind of questions, but let's see. Access, is it just going to be coming off of East Victory, or do you know?
So when you get done, we will write down all these questions.
Okay.
And then she'll respond. So,
Okay.
Your comment was sewer, and we can speak to the sewer situation when we're done.
You're right.
And then the start date, we'll let the applicant answer. And then
Okay.
that last question was?
Well, I just said single story for
Single
sure was one of the
stories.
things, yep. Yeah, so access.
Access.
We have kind of almost a private lane there, and literally the subdivision will be right on the other side of our fence. I'm just hopeful that there won't be any access into our subdivision whatsoever, which I'm hoping not.
Okay. We can speak to that, but Daniel, I believe there is access into your subdivision through that lower access point.
Only from the very back of the part of the property that the original owner sold to his daughter.
Can you see right up there where that little mouse is, it's moving? That's the, so Daniel will speak to it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we just have a little road that our private lane almost could literally go into the subdivision. And I'm very happy that those lots will be bigger since we are also bigger. But yeah, definitely single story if at all possible. And yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else signed up in advance.
Is there anyone else here tonight that would like to speak? Yes, go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Bush, and I live at 3308 Parkview Way. I am, as Ms. Smith said, I am the second house on the left. My property will border the new subdivision. Last summer, I had a issue with my city irrigation pipe, and it broke, flooding my backyard. And luckily, it was on the city side, not on my side. And the city was very good about coming out and fixing it. But the pump, the Field Street that Park Ridge put in 30 years ago, I am an original owner of my house, 1995, so I picked this lot. One of the reasons we picked the lot was because of the view. But on Field Street that will go south from the new subdivision, currently there is a pressurized irrigation pump in the middle of Field Street. So that will have to be moved. I know whenever the pipe broke in my backyard, they had to turn off the water to all 12 houses on our street to get it fixed. And that pump was affected by it. So I just want to make known that there's a pump there, and it's going to have to be something's going to have to happen with that pump because you can't drive through it. And yeah, just as Larissa and the other lady said, we love our subdivision. I've been there 30 years. I've had the opportunity to move, and my kids went to Park Ridge Elementary School, and my grandkids now go there. So it's our home. So we'd just like to keep what we originally purchased it for. So thank you, guys.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else? I see a couple of others. Is there anyone else that would like to testify tonight, even if you haven't signed up? No? No comments? Okay. Okay, going. Okay, I think we've asked everyone. There's no other comments? Okay. Actually, I don't think you can do twice. Unfortunately, you only get once. Yeah, that's okay. You tried. Thank you. Okay. So, you don't want to speak?
I was going to ask her question.
Well, come forward and give us your name and address, and you can ask the question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Maria Powell, and I live at 3322 Parkview Way. So our house is right butting up to the new development. And we also are on the corner of Field Street, so all of the extra traffic will directly impact our home. And as everyone else has spoke, the reason why we picked our place was because of the view. There was no houses behind us, and so that was a great curb appeal. But as this lady would like to know is, she's at the end of her irrigation, and she's wanting to know how this is going to affect her. She already has very little water pressure, and that's something that I would also like to ask. Even though that we live right next to that pump, our water pressure for our irrigation is very low, and a lot of times we have to water at 2 in the morning, and we still don't get enough water pressure. So I'm just wondering how that's going to affect us and the neighboring neighborhoods for water.
Really good questions.
Also, I would also like to ask, how is this going to affect Victory Road? That road is awful already. It's only 2 lanes, and having extra traffic, extra houses, extra buses for school, how is that going to affect the already existing problem of road? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, this is an opportunity for applicant to come back and answer a few of those questions and provide closing remarks.
Mayor, council members, thank you for give me the opportunity to come up again and address. I was able to chat with the neighbors a little bit. So a couple of the neighbors had, and it's always, and I know your home is the biggest investment that you have, and it's always really difficult when a property next to you, especially when you have a view, is developed. So we would definitely be able to consider the single stories on those 6 southern lots where we are next to these larger lots and these neighbors that came out this evening. So if that's something you want to discuss, definitely, I was able to text the developer and we were able to discuss that this evening. We definitely will meet with Mr. Smith prior to any property development. Most likely that irrigation pump would be relocated, so we would have survey go out and our engineer, and we would make sure that that is relocated properly and that his irrigation is not negatively impacted. That's one of the big tenets in land development. You do not negatively impact your neighbor's irrigation. That is never happens, and we would make sure that it didn't. So we would coordinate. We're not at that stage yet. We had that tall blonde woman had the question about the time frame. We are at the very beginning. If we were to have an approved preliminary plat this evening, it would probably be 2+ years before homes were constructed. Generally, it takes us about 3 months to do a set of construction drawings, another 4 months to get through the city, then it's about a year to have that constructed, and then you actually get to build homes. So it's definitely 2+ years, and that would be if we had sewer available immediately after this hearing. So I think it's probably closer to 3 years before there would actually be any homes. Yes, Victory Road is our main access point. We do have where we will be stubbing to the south to Park Ridge and to the east to Rolling Green, but Victory Road will be our primary access point, and we will be dedicating right-of-way and doing road improvements on Victory Road. So I think those were our main questions. And again, if we were to propose the single story, we would want it to be restricted to just those 6 southern lots that are immediately adjacent to Park Ridge subdivision. So those are the neighbors who were here this evening, and just those 6 lots. So I'm here for any other questions.
Council, do you have any questions for?
Really quickly, also the woman that's up higher in that pie shape that she spoke about, what about over there on that line as well?
Let's see, Mayor, council members, can I walk back and have her point at where her lot was?
They can probably pull it up.
You can do it on the screen. You can show me where it was. Okay.
One of the flagged lots, is that right?
So how many lots would that impact? Which ones are we talking? Would it be, I can't see the number.
So Mayor, there's a lot between, this right here is a county lot, so there aren't any adjacent lots to this lot here. There's 2 adjacent lots to this one down here.
Mayor, can you show approximately where the Owyhees would be in their line of sight from their property?
That way.
And Mayor,
just
council
south.
members, I've been texting
Southwest.
Trilogy Development. I have permission where we have neighbors to the south, or that little piece we're talking about to the east, where we are adjacent to single-family homes, we will limit ourselves to single-family homes. But they wanted that to be kind of the rational nexus, was where we were next to single-family, we will propose single-family. For those 6 lots to the south and to where it looks like those 2 lots potentially impacted on that one part of the eastern. And I want to make sure we carefully define. Typically, when you've got, those are some of our largest lots, it's much easier to do a single-family home on a larger lot.
Single story.
Single story, yes.
They're all single-family, detached, single-story.
Okay.
And I don't know if the neighbor can give us a thumb up, are you in a single-family home? Or excuse me, single-story, I'm tired. Single-story, yes, okay. Then we're able to propose or commit to single stories where we are adjacent to single-story homes in those 2 locations.
Okay, yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Wendy, how many of these proposed lots will be 0 lot line?
Mayor Kinsler, none. These are
None.
all detached, single-family.
Okay. So the RS4 lots, do they qualify as, I was just looking through this one, Chapter 10, about infill. You talked about infill homes, townhouses. These are not townhouses then at all, but the infill concept obviously is just a piece of property that's within our city limits, so that's what are you talking about
Yeah, Mayor
infill?
Council, when I was using the term infill, I just meant we are next to existing subdivisions. So I was classifying it as infill.
So no zero lot line?
Mayor Council, we don't have any proposed.
Okay, thank you.
That is not the product proposed here.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a question for Daniel, and I would just assume, and since our applicant gets the final word, I'll leave you standing there, but Daniel, I'll just assume that we don't need to put in the development agreement the protection of the irrigation, correct? Because that's given.
That is correct. The irrigation for the property owners that have testified, they are all connected to the city's pressurized irrigation. This development would also connect. The irrigation pump that has been referenced is not a pump. It is actually, at years past, there were times where gravity irrigation was inconvenient or impractical to supply to a field after the development, and so a connection to the pressurized irrigation system was granted that's larger than a typical residential one for a farm field. That is what is there. That would go away with this when this development happens, and likely pressures would go up because that large demand would drop off.
So that is really the answer to the secondary question, which was a concern over the pressure and the demand. So with the addition of these homes in this subdivision, we would not anticipate reduced flow or pressurized
Correct.
flow,
And-
but actually possibly
And we would
increased?
evaluate that at the time of a preliminary plat, is when we run the water and sewer and irrigation models. And if there are any deficiencies at that point, we would require that to be addressed with the preliminary plat application for the subdivision.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions from council for our applicant? Seeing none, any other comments?
Mayor Councilor Randy, you had a question on attached. We are not planning on it. I would like to preserve the option to propose it with the preliminary plat.
A zero lot line?
I would like I just texted our client, and if we're able to preserve that right to propose it with the preliminary plat.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is because there is when I was looking at special subdivisions and developments, and this would qualify as a special, because you're creating two different zones within it, basically for transitional housing. There is and this was something I was going to ask staff, if you were talking about having zero lot lines, there's a 20% max as far as number that you can do. So that would be something that I would ask them, or you could work out with them to make sure that you don't go over that. Because I was counting, if there were up to possibly 44 units, or 43%, which would be double what is allowed, so.
Mayor and council members, when we originally did this layout, we were assuming these would all be detached, single family, and if that's a concern, we can keep that restriction if that's a sticking point.
Okay.
I think I can't speak for council, but I think if council members, I think I caught just from council members just sitting here that the preference is single family detached. Am I correct, Councilman Bills?
Yes.
So I think that would be a requirement, probably put in a development agreement that it would remain single-family detached, and that we would not move into the zero lot
Mayor,
lines.
council, we were definitely amenable to that.
Good, thank you for that. Any other clarifications? Closing comment?
Okay.
We're good?
Thank you. I think this is going to be a really nice project we're bringing in. This is hopefully the kind of project where people from Nampa can afford to buy one of these homes. I think it's a nice addition to the neighborhood, and it's really, I think, it will be a nice use of land, and it's going to be a nice addition to the city of Nampa. So we're
Wendy,
here.
Councilman Reynolds has a question.
Yes.
I have a question. So on the single story that you commented about, only in those two areas, it seems to me like that's pretty hard to enforce or to implement for the two lots. If you build a single story in front of or behind that person's house, you build a two-story on the lot next to it, it's still, I mean, your view, and I'm not saying that you should have to stick to that necessarily, but I'm just trying to figure out how we clarify that. What was your thoughts on that when you said
So
you would
Mayor
agree with
Councilmembers,
that?
I know as a former city planner, these are the types of conditions building officials do not care for.
Yeah.
Because they have to track it when permits come in. But we would be, the areas we were willing to restrict it to single story. And I don't know if it really would be a good plat note for a final plat, but it's that area immediately adjacent to Park Ridge South. So those are 6 lots that are impacted. And we probably,
Do you see those right here, Dale, right there at the bottom?
Right.
Those 6. One,
there was
two,
6
four, five,
lots, and then there were an additional 2 lots that we had discussed that were up here adjacent to Rolling Green Estates. So I think probably as part of the motion, you almost would want to have a quick exhibit with those areas highlighted, and that becomes an exhibit that goes along with the motion.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Well, I guess the other question would be, I know this is going a little further, but if you did all of the lots adjacent, if those are single-story homes adjoining, as you go south down that eastern boundary, right there, if they're single-family, matching with single-story, keep saying family, I mean story. Sorry. If they are single-story homes right there, keeping all of those single-story homes to match the adjoining properties, if they are. In other words, you would extend it. If it's a two-story, that's maybe different, but if they're single-story in that lower section.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Writing the coattails of his question, and that's why I had previously asked where the Owyhees were in relation to this. If we made all those boundary homes single story, won't the infill in the center of the property that are 2 stories still be blocking the same view? Because we might have one level covered and drop it down, but there's still another level right behind it that's still covering the view.
Mayor Councilmember, I mean, I think the idea is with the view corridor, as you're stepped back farther, that is not blocking your view in the same way as when you're immediately adjacent to a 2-story home.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your willingness to consider that, in that it also is the issue of overlooking someone's backyard, right? A 2-story overlooking a single, so a single story, you're not overlooking that backyard, which is just one of those things, if you can accommodate that, it's wonderfully respectful. So, any other comments, questions?
Questions,
Okay,
comment.
okay.
When we get there.
Well, if there are no other questions for the applicant, I would stand maybe for a motion to go ahead and close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opportunity for council discussion and motion.
Mayor, comment on the restriction on the single story, that we would clarify in there, and it would just be a note that we would specify that there'd be a note on future plat on which lots are restricted to single story, but that would not preclude a bonus room plan or concept.
Good point. Good point.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have a quick comment as I'm still gathering my thoughts. First off, she might be the kindest applicant I've ever seen before any group of people, so I definitely appreciate that and the willingness of the developer. The issue that I'm currently debating in my head is last week I had the opportunity to go in front of with the community to realign the school district maps for Nampa School District. They closed Snake River and Greenhurst 2 months ago, And as we were looking at those proposed maps, they're trying to take in 110% of capacity to alleviate the burdens of other schools like, I can't remember now, the Gators, whichever school that is. But because Snake River and Greenhurst are the closest schools to Park Ridge, they're closing both those schools and moving all the kids basically into those schools. Now, no map is finalized, and there's considerations across the board. But because there's no other school within that relative area to take in those students, I think that it's very tough because they are so willing and so helpful in helping us craft our motion. I just don't know that it's the right time for this project, even if it's 3 years down the way until schools planned and proposed to go into that area, if there ever is a school to be planned or proposed. But those are just my thoughts. Having 110% capacity currently might pose an issue adding another 76 or 78 homes.
I appreciate that comment. And Haverfield, Councilman Haverfield will be next, but I would like our legal counsel. Typically, we do not take schools into consideration, especially in a situation like this when there is school capacity. The schools have made no comments. But could you speak to that? It's something that
Sure.
we've
Mayor,
spoken to.
one of the broader considerations that maybe this is touching on is in any annexation, the decision of whether a particular application is the right time for that type of product to be included into the city. That's the broad discretion that the council has every time. So to the extent any application has features that might not seem timely for council members, that could be a reason for a decision. So
Typically, Todd Lakey has shared with us that we are not to be speaking to school capacity. Am I?
I'm not disagreeing with that at
Okay.
all. I'm just, the broader principle.
Has to do with timing.
Has to do with timing of
Correct.
an application.
And being specific on timing. I just want to be consistent, but thank you.
Yeah, not specific to a school setting or something else that's outside your control.
Right, thank you. And I have to say, while I don't disagree with your comment, a part of me does, because the reason Nampa School District is closing schools is because they have lack of attendance. And so they're choosing to close schools, which is, whether we agree or disagree with that, it is what it is. Councilman Haverfield.
Yeah, the agree to disagree portion of it with the school district is where I'm coming from. So you're saying that they're planning on closing Greenhurst and Snake River and then running those kids over to Park Ridge? That seems so counterintuitive. If they're talking about having a lack of capacity in certain areas and then driving kids across, Greenhurst is so close to this location, I don't see why they would close it. But then again, that's a conversation for a different group of people, I guess.
Well, and isn't this close to Endeavor?
Endeavor.
It's Endeavor's our closest grade school, which is, it's just right there. Endeavor is.
I'm just protecting Greenhurst since I have
Okay.
fondness for it.
Fondness.
Just to add to that, Mayor, in no way am I proposing a motion to deny. My vote might be separate than what might be proposed. Just working on the map, because they had 26 other groups working on maps. Maybe they're all going to Endeavor. Greenhurst was already pretty close to, I think they were 94% capacity. Endeavor's right up there. And these are the numbers that we're seeing on a spreadsheet and plugging in. It was very tough that they're willing to shut down 4 schools and then go and overflow, especially in the northeast corner of Nampa, where there's going to be a lot of growth. And so that's where timing.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I just need to ask some clarification from Councilman Bills. You said preclude the upper, what'd you call that?
Bonus room?
Bonus room.
It
So
would
that-
not preclude.
It would not preclude it.
Often your bonus room houses, the roof is slightly higher, but it's typically not any higher than the main ridge line of the house. So to not wade in too far in the weeds, but to not have it's just when single story with a bonus room is considered a single story. And so where there's going to be a note at some point, possibly on the plat, and it's part of the approval, to say these lots will have single story. Physically, in 2 to 3 years, a house is built and somebody says, well, that's a 2-story because of a bonus room. I'm just offering a clarification.
Okay.
So there's not a confusion in 2 to 3 years.
I think those bonus rooms are about 30 feet tall, though, aren't they?
No,
No?
no, the typical bonus room is just spread across the garage. You're taking that attic space and you're diving it back into the main ridge line.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good utilization of space. Okay, any further discussion?
Mayor, quick, maybe for Daniel, I'm not sure. Would this subdivision trigger to put speed bumps in here at all?
Mayor, council, that would be looked at with the actual plat and the road layout in the plat, whether they can meet the block lengths that are required. Looking at it, I don't believe it would trigger the need for traffic calming. The existing stub streets that they would be connecting to in both Rolling Greens and Park Ridge were put there for this specific reason. You can see as you look at the shape of the property, it's very narrow up at the top along Victory. So one access is really all we're going to get there with that size of a property. As we looked at those with those older plats, we had to look at, okay, how do we preserve the orderly development of the property in the area? And that's why those stub streets were included. And would be required to be connected to with the plat that would be brought forward.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
So Mayor,
Okay,
I
thank
would
you.
make a motion.
Go for it.
I move to approve the annexation and zoning of 11.27 acres to RS4 and 6.56 acres to RS6 zoning districts with a development agreement and a concept plan for future single-family development for Wagon Trail subdivision at 3321 East Victory Road for Wendy Sharif, JUB Engineers, annexation 00296-2023 with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report, in addition to the 6 lots adjacent to Park Ridge subdivision would be single-story, not prohibiting a bonus room. And the 2 lots on the easterly side.
Actually, they talked about all
The
the
whole row.
lots, the whole row on the southern
On the
easterly side.
Easterly, and including the southeasterly in the single-story.
That abutted a single story,
Yes. Wherein it abuts 2.
a single story.
I'll second the motion if you include that there are no zero-lot line homes as well.
There you go.
And for clarification, that this annexation and zoning precludes, embraces RS4, but precludes zero-lot line plats.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any clarification or any discussion? Are we clear? Rodney, does that give you the information that you need? Okay. If there's no discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
No.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. Thank you all for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public hearings this evening. We are going to move to new business. So let's see. So we're going to go to new business item 7.3. We've completed 1 and 2, so we'll start with 7.3. 7.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the state and local agreement for the design and construction of the Canyon Street Bicycle and Ped Pathway, and to approve the associated resolution. And this has been approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield? Griffin?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.4 is done. 7.5 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign and execute the utility reimbursement agreement with Adler Industrial for the Adler Midland Industrial Park. This was reviewed and approved by our city attorney, Joe Borton.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Haverfield? Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.6 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the change order number 2 for the paint, if I can talk, pump maintenance FY22 project with Lane of Idaho in the amount of $100,942.73, time and materials not to exceed. And it is a standard change order form which was approved by legal and then used by our team, and it is approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield? Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 7.7 is an action item. It's for the council to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract for the annual water line replacement FY23 project with Dasco of Idaho in the amount of $1,028,380, time and materials not to exceed. Standard bid forms were used. There will be an FY24 budget amendment needed on this. I don't know if council has any questions regarding that. This is the one that I think your materials, it was a late submission, and you saw materials regarding the ARPA funds that are being utilized. Question?
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
this is one of the projects that we brought forward a couple of weeks ago for ARPA funding, and so that will be included in that budget amendment for expending the ARPA
The
funds.
ARPA funds. Okay,
I move that we approve this item.
thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Haverfield?
Give us any indication of what you're seeing in escalation, price escalation year to year, percentage-wise, for the cost of some of this work?
So we have seen increases. We are starting to see some of that taper down, not go down, but the percentage increase tapering down some. If you'd like, we can put together a kind of our unit
Comparison.
cost comparison for you and bring that forward in a staff report. at
So
a
are you
future
seeing it
meeting.
on the labor and the material side?
Yeah, slight. I mean, it's not significant at this point, but it is starting to trend down, at least
Yeah, it'd be nice
at
to
the
know.
moment.
Yeah, going forward into next year, what that, we could expect.
Yep, we can certainly put that together for you.
Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin? Reynolds?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
This next item is actually an action item to authorize the allocation of $4,849,970, and I believe that, well, I'll read the action item as presented. For the purchase of 11.72 acres of light industrial zoned property on Broadmoor Way adjacent to the north property line of the City Streets Division for the future expansion of public works and other city department uses. There will be a FY24 budget amendment needed. Jeff Barnes is here, and will speak to this one.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I think we want to clarify the amount. The property acreage is actually 11.74, and the dollar amount is, Jeff, can you,
Get your math right this time?
the dollar amount is $4,858,246.80.
My motion's still good.
Motion's still good? Is the second still good? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we go ahead and authorize the allocation as stated of $4,858,246.80 for the purchase of 11.74 acres, as I previously stated. Is there any discussion? Jeff, if there's any corrections, I think we have a
Just as
motion.
It's written in the staff recommendation, Mayor, and so I believe that's the way you read it.
It is.
The two highlighted elements are the revisions based on that different square footage
Yes.
based on the legal description.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Summerfield. Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you for coming
Okay,
forward, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick thanks to Scott.
Scott, thank you for your work.
He negotiated this and does a great job. I think he's purchased over 100 properties for us in the last year plus, so.
Scott, we appreciate your work. Scott does all the right-of-way acquisition for the city, and some of those are difficult. Yes, we appreciate your work. Thank you very much. I'm glad. We're glad you're here. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a couple more items tonight. We're going to do new business item 7.9, and then we'll move to the unfinished business. So 7.9 is an action item, and this is for the city clerk is providing a status update on proposed licenses, the massage establishments and mobile food vendors, and requesting direction
Mayor Kling?
on the next steps. Yes.
If you don't mind, I need to clarify with our legal.
Okay.
Okay? Joe, back in October, I sponsored a festival downtown. There was a We the Family festival for the entire city of Nampa. Nothing to do with the city of Nampa. It was just a bunch of volunteers. And looking to find food trucks, I was designated to go talk to the fooders to ask them if they would attend this event. I did not discuss the ordinance. I did not discuss anything regarding the ordinance or what the city was doing. I just asked them if they would come and enjoy and set up at our festival. Okay. So the second part of this is that Rayanne, she runs the a little coffee mobile shop over by Kmart. I did meet with her after she had contacted me, and I referred her to Shar, but I did speak with her over a cup of coffee. So no decisions were made, but I want to clarify that I'll be okay to continue with this. So you give me the direction.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, you are fine. This is a legislative act. Ordinances, you're free to discuss with members of the community, get their input as part of your decision-making process. So no concern at all, but smart to, when in doubt, disclose and ask.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
and thank you. Okay, Shar.
Madam Mayor, Council, Shar Tim, City Clerk. This is a status update on 2 proposed new licenses, the massage establishments and the mobile food vendors. I'd first like to start with the massage establishments and just give the reasons why we recommended a license. Basically, it was to assist in combating the human trafficking and illegal sexual acts. The state does not license the businesses, just the massage therapists. And so this will provide a vetting of the applicants in addition to enforcement tools to help this illicit activity from stopping. So for the massage establishments, here is a timeline. In April 3rd of 2023, we started the hearing process, and on May 1st, Council did approve the creation of the massage establishment license. On May 12th, after some communication with the FBI office, we did send them the revised ordinance with their edits. It was basically just refining some of the language. Unfortunately, we never heard back from them, and I did speak with legal and the mayor, and we chose to go ahead and move forward, and that is what is on the agenda today, is the first reading of the ordinance. When the ordinance is adopted, we will resubmit it to the FBI, and that is when they will do their final review and then give us a reason code for the fingerprinting requirement. I will also be coming back with a fee resolution in order to get your approval on that. So if anyone has any questions on the massage establishments, I'm going to move on to the next one.
I think, are you looking for a motion, though, on that? If we,
No.
okay, so,
Madam Mayor, this is just a status update. The massage establishment
is going to move forward.
is on unfinished business. It is, I think, 9/3.
Great. Do we have any questions on it? No? Okay, thank you.
Sure. And again, the mobile food vendors, there is no action required on this. I put it as an action item just in case. But this really is just to give you a status update and to also get some direction from council. Again, the reason for the recommended license is basically right now, the food trucks or the mobile food vending is currently under the Peddlers and Solicitors Code. It is very difficult for people to find exactly what they're required to do for city. This is why I was suggesting that we pull it out, make it its own that came out wrong, make it its very own license, because the Peddlers and Solicitors is just not a good fit for understanding, and this would be a better transparency of the requirements. In addition, some of the regulations are located in the Planning and Zoning Code. This mobile food vendor license would put everything into one place so everyone could see this. So our timeline is, this is just the start of it. We started in November 17, 2022 with a workshop with council. We had multiple workshops with council ending on April 20th, 2023 with the Planning and Zoning Commission. On May 30th, we went ahead and we submitted to the FBI the code that was recommended by, or was in agreement by council and also Planning and Zoning Commission. During that time, on June 7th, we did our first public outreach. We mailed letters to the current mobile food vendors, and staff also hand-delivered those to the food trucks that they would see to ensure that they got notification. On August 7th, Planning and Zoning came to council and they recommended some code changes related to mobile food vendors. Council did approve that. We are holding on the ordinance being adopted until the mobile food vendor license goes forward. On October 10th, I did another public outreach and mailed letters to the current mobile food vendors and the property owners. Now, these letters included the current and proposed code. And again, we hand-delivered to the food trucks that were operating within the city limits. About 8 months after we submitted, we finally got a response from FBI on January 16th. They did provide some comments, and again, they were wanting us to refine some of our language regarding definitions. So just for your viewing, I wanted to provide a comparative table. This is actually just one part of it right now. It shows the different cities and if they require fingerprints, if they required bonds, a temporary use permit, what their overnight, if they have overnight parking restrictions, and also their operating time restrictions. Many of them that do require fingerprints, it is because they are within the Peddlers Code. Just like with us, the reason why we were recommending fingerprinting for the new mobile food vendor license is because currently they are required because they're in the Peddlers and Solicitors Code. As you can see, there are some asterisks around Boise regarding the fingerprinting. That is because I actually discovered last week that they are considering removing that fingerprinting requirement from that. And then just going on to the next one, again, you're seeing where fingerprint is being required, usually when it's in their Peddlers Code. One thing to just make just a quick note, I just happened to find this today. Post Falls, if you look under the operating time restrictions, that it actually states that property owners are required to obtain a mobile vending site license if they want to have food trucks on their site. So the reason why I'm here is I would like to get some direction from council. One, I'd like to know if you would like me to continue with the public outreach letters where I'm providing them the current code and the proposed code. One thing to, I just want to make sure everyone understands is that the current code is very similar to the proposed code. There's not a lot of changes. What we're really doing is trying to put it into a one-stop shop. We also are recommending that we put a date of November 1st, 2024 for compliance efforts to begin with the adopted city code of whatever is on the city code at that point. I'd also like to know if you'd like to either confirm or remove the fingerprinting requirement. Again, currently it's required because it's in the peddlers and solicitors code. And if we want to treat the food trucks similar to brick and mortar, we would, I would suggest we take the fingerprinting requirement away. And then I also would like to establish a time period for the public hearing of when you would like to start beginning that. The very earliest, I believe, for staff would be probably the 2nd April meeting or the 1st May. I want to be very mindful of the food trucks because they are now getting into their peak season. I do know that they would like to participate in this. When I send out the second set of public outreach letters to the property owners and to the food vendors, I did finally get some responses, but it was probably about 10 to 11 people. The main response was the overnight parking.
Mayor, they wanted there to be a restriction on overnight parking, or they were upset that there was?
They were questioning how the city can stop overnight parking happening on private property.
Any other?
Did that answer your question?
Yes, no, it did. Sorry for not giving you any reaction. I'm really interested in to know more about those 11 responses and comments. Other than the overnight, what are the other broad strokes that they mentioned?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, I tracked it, so I'd be more than happy to share that with all the council and send that out. Again, it was primarily when they understood that the reasoning why we do not, we would prefer not to have the overnight parking, they understood.
So our current code, in our zoning code, does not allow for overnight parking. And that has been in code for some time. We just have not been enforcing that. And actually, at a prior council meeting, there was considerable discussion on this, and we did agree for future enforcement, hence why the clerk's office has sent out letters and communicated. Before we do that again, I think this is an opportunity to come back. I think there's two specific ones. One is the fingerprinting, what we want to do with the fingerprinting, and then the other one was, do we want to enforce, move forward enforcing our code? So, comments?
Mayor, really quick, Shar, why did you recommend no fingerprinting on the food trucks?
Basically, we are starting to treat them as a restaurant. The only reason why we are doing the fingerprinting right now is because they're in the peddlers and solicitors code. So everyone in there is required to get the fingerprinting done. When we started looking at the comparative table and realizing that that was kind of the same case in all the other municipalities, and in addition, it was a recommendation from our legal, not Joe, Todd. Todd was actually the one that suggested that we have this conversation because he just couldn't see what the reasoning was behind it of requiring fingerprinting now.
So just a point really to clarify.
Yes,
in a
please.
peddler solicitor environment, they're going to someone's home. We're giving them permission to go knock on doors. Here, people are coming to the food truck, and in that, fingerprinting is not required in a restaurant. So that's why using that, and then in looking at the others, and then also it is one of the huge delays in our license with the FBI. And so if we remove the fingerprinting, and when we're not seeing that there's a really good basis for why we're doing that with other municipalities, it will allow us to move forward with the licensing through the FBI.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that actually is one of the reasons why Boise, their economic development team, is recommending that they remove the fingerprinting to make it easier for vendors.
And then we're waiting till November 1, just because that's after their peak season, or what's the?
Correct, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jangula, that's exactly right. We really do not want to impact them right now, even though the proposed code is very similar to the current code, and we have been encouraging them to try and get in compliance with what the code is right now on the books. We do not want to impact their busy season. So again, we'd like to go ahead and continue with the outreach, continue providing them the current and the proposed code until something is adopted, and just give them that November 1st date.
They will have had a year's worth of notice, which is very sufficient notice, and at this time, another 6-month kind of warning ahead of time. We had intended possibly to enforce in November, but because of the pause with FBI, it really, really slowed things down. The thought was, rather than making the change right before their busy season, where we'll get more pushback, we're extending a lot of grace here. It'll be a full year's worth of notice. And one of the very important things has been when Shar has sent communication and reached out to the property owners that are allowing the use of their property. And that's where she's gotten actually the greatest feedback is from those property owners. So they're at the hearing, the public hearing, there will be discussion regarding that, but I think it's time that we need to move forward and decide, and this is related to code, are we going to enforce code or not? Rodney?
Yeah, Mayor, that was a perfect transition. We already have a couple of situations right now where a business is a mobile food truck, but it's not only not moving, it's not only being moved at nighttime, not being moved at nighttime, but it's also skirting the mobile food truck and becoming a permanent structure, and then adding additional vehicles to the original structure. And so I guess my question is, if we're enforcing it on November 1st, do we say everything on November 1st? And until that point, we're not enforcing anything?
I don't think so. And I really appreciate you asking that question. I think we've already started enforcing some of these extra things, right? The awnings and the outside furniture. Yeah. And I think that my recommendation is that with our notification, that we need to enforce where they're building this whole thing out, right? That is not okay. But as having them move every night, they've got ample notice. That is November 1. But all the other violations, but it needs to be council that does this nod, not me. So council, how do you feel about that, the enforcement of the rest of it?
Well, Mayor, I think it's always been distasteful for me is when the food trucks become a permanent fixture. The person who builds a building, he's required to provide a parking lot. The person who builds a building is required to go through the building permit process, goes through all kinds of rigmarole. I realize the food truck gets the health department approval probably, but beyond that, here they are set up. It's a low cost to get in and get going, and I just have a hard time with the constant seeing the food trucks as a permanent fixture. So I'm a newbie to the council, but from living in the city for a number of years, I think we should take action. I think the 6-month notice, I think we should take action and then just simply say, here's the implementation. However, the following items will be implemented immediately. And the ones that are tagging on, putting skirting in, doing everything, they should be dealt with, before the season. I mean, if we're going to address banners, if we're going to address other things in the city, I think we got to address it and move forward, personally.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor?
Yes?
So I'm in favor of removing the fingerprinting. I'm just curious for places, and it seems to be right off of the north side exit, past the BK at the battery shop and the Les Schwab's. Are they able, and this is where I need clarification, is the fish and chip red mobile whatever food truck able to park at Les Schwab if the manager says it's okay, or no, this is enforced private and public?
They can park there, but they can't stay overnight. But you know what? The cod truck, the red cod truck,
It moves.
they are a wonderful example of how to do it right.
Yeah.
They follow all the rules, they move, they have a great following because they have a great product, and they don't violate our rules.
So on the flip side of the coin, because I can think kitty corner to where they park at Les Schwab is the battery shop, and you have the three that have put string lights up and a fence and.
I will definitely defer to Rodney on this one.
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, this is the challenge, and you can see this cycle. We've gone over the cycle before. This is challenging because we want to either support the businesses that are brick and mortar, or we want to support these up-and-coming businesses, and we go around in circles. And so I just want to be off of this circle. You know, I want to be just clearly, this is what we're enforcing, whatever that is. And so, yes, you're right. If we're only waiting till November 1st for the enforcement of the overnight parking, and everything else code is in place, then that is in violation, and we will have to pursue that.
So to restate, if the battery shop owner and that property owner says, yes, you can park here, we're saying, no, you cannot, through this code.
That's correct. There's a couple of situations here. There's a lot of detail that we've gone through with this property owner. Part of the problem is that our code says you can't be on its own little parcel, and it is, and it's an undeveloped parcel. And so we have, dumping of materials down into the storm drain or onto the dirt, and we have safety concerns there. We don't have any improvements of the sidewalk and the roadway and that kind of thing as well. And so there's a lot of issues related to putting a mobile food vendor just on a parcel without improvements. So yeah, that's accurate. They're in violation of our code in multiple ways and have been informed of things they needed to do to come into compliance. And they'll go through a cycle of being in compliance with some of them, and then they'll start moving back into not being in compliance again. And so, again, we've got to get off of this cycle of going around.
And then my final thought and comment, is this the cycle right here? I wish I looked up. Are we giving them, as we continue our notices, are we giving them the date of the hearing as soon as we decide it tonight and letting them know our public hearing is going to be May 1st or whatever it is, and implementation will be November 1st if approved at this hearing?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, yes, you got ahead of me on that. Definitely, that is exactly what I'm going to do. It's the same thing that I've been starting the process with the massage establishments. When we do the public hearing, I will be sending out a letter to everyone that I have identified as a licensed food vendor, and I will also be including the property owners and notifying them of the public hearing.
I'm just happy to help Rodney get off the hamster wheel. So I agree with with what he's saying. We can just implement starting November 1st of the overnight, but then everything else in city code can start now.
So I think there's the consensus. Do you need a motion, or consensus is remove fingerprinting? But I have a question. You're going to go ahead and notice a public hearing on the mobile food vendor license, is that correct?
Correct. So what my next steps will be is I need to fix the draft, and I'll take the fingerprinting portion off if that is what council would like. I will reach out, send another letter to, like I said, everyone that I have as a licensed food vendor, and notifying them when we're having the public hearing. I also will put that in the newspaper, and then we're basically going to go from there to get their public testimony.
So after the public testimony, and based on that, we will be approving the license language? Is there an ordinance that we're approving at that time?
So what I would recommend is that we take the public testimony, the public hearing, excuse me, first, and then we come back at the next meeting in case there are any changes that you'd like to do. It'd just be cleaner that way. And then we would do that.
Adopt the ordinance.
Right.
Okay, so that means that the notice for what we're talking about right now, we're not actually noticing the November 1, the adherence to code as of November 1, because we're going to get through the public hearing and actually adopt the ordinance. One final question, and that is the public hearing required on the ordinance change? Or are we required to do a public hearing on the ordinance change for this?
I'm not.
Mayor, for the adoption of the ordinance itself, but not for prior to, if you're doing fact gathering and gathering input.
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Madam
Thank
Mayor,
you.
it is just something that we were going to do because we have so much public interest that we would
But I
like to
think
get
we're
there.
required based on, to change the ordinance, we're required to anyway. Yeah, so we are required to.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could we, and I know you just said otherwise, could we state on there, whenever our public hearing is, the public hearing before council will be this date. If approved by the council, this will be implemented on November 1st, just in the sense that it's just uniform timeline, rather than we're going to give one set of notices, and then we're going to give two, and then they have 5 sets of notices. Just get it all on the same piece of paper.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, that's a great idea. However, we already have code. So we already have something in code right now regulating food trucks. So it really, if this doesn't go, if council chooses to not adopt this new proposed code, we already have a code. So I would hate to cause confusion to connect the two.
That makes sense.
One is the food vendor license, the other is a zoning code. At this time, we are not redacting, pulling out our planning and zoning code until the license is in effect. So really, the discussion, yeah.
And Madam Mayor, you actually brought another good point, is if this proposed mobile food vendor license is adopted, again, then we would be bringing that ordinance, we'd be bringing the planning and zoning ordinance, and then I would be bringing another ordinance where I would be removing all mention of the mobile food vending that is currently in the peddlers and solicitors code.
I apologize.
No worries.
Maybe it's worth then, Mayor, just to put on it as a notice, strict enforcement, underline, will be November 1st, because we should be enforcing it anyway, and they think they're going to get away with it for 6 months. I think just a strict enforcement I don't think it matters. I don't think it protects our butts. Just maybe in the sense of having it out there, strict enforcement, November 1st, whether we change, adopt, do anything anyway.
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Griffin, we have always had legal look at the letters before we send them, so we will make sure that we do that as well.
Okay. Do you have the answers you need?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay.
Actually, what kind of time period would you like for the public hearing? I guess I would like to get your input on that. The April, May timeframe, or would you like me to move it?
Yeah, Mayor, sure. My opinion is it should happen just as your workload allows to get it put in.
And it's
I
more of
wouldn't
just,
stall.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bills, it's more of just the noticing. I want to make sure that I get the notification out to them in plenty of time. So that's why I was thinking about the end of April, beginning of May.
And we can talk about this, but you can actually get the city council public hearing absolutely right behind planning and zoning public hearing. Does it need to go to planning and zoning or just city council?
No,
Just city council
just
because
city
it's not-
council.
okay, so we'll get
It's
it-
just getting the letters out to them.
Perfect.
I want to make sure that they have plenty of time.
So the second meeting in April.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, yes.
You want to just open the public hearing right now and
Thank you, Shar. I'm going to let Shar get back to her seat because we are almost done, and then we do have an executive session. So the next item on the agenda is unfinished business, and as soon as Shar gets to her seat, she is going to do the first reading of ordinance, which is 9-1 on the agenda, for the zoning map amendment to light industrial from light industrial to community business for 7.92 acres on 11.89 acre parcel at 2200 East Chisholm Drive. This is for Jeff Hatch with Hatch Design Architecture representing Bryven, Idaho LLC. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. 9-1. Yep. Sorry, that was quick.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide a BC Community Business Zone designation for a portion of certain lands commonly known as 2200 East Chisholm Drive, Nampa, Idaho. County parcel R31187, comprising approximately 7.92 acres of an 11.89 acre parcel, more or less. Maintaining the existing zoning for a portion of the parcel, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Rezoning specified portions of said property from IL Light Industrial to BC Community Business, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said specified property as BC Community Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the terms of that certain development agreement entered into between the applicant and the City of Nampa, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move that this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance to create the LID 174, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance establishing and creating local improvement district number 174 for the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, for the purpose of constructing improvements to the city's sidewalks, pedestrian ramps, drive approaches, curbs, gutters, and other related street improvements in the district, providing the kind and character of the proposed improvements, providing that said district shall be considered a modified district pursuant to section 50-1705 Idaho Code, describing the boundaries of said district and the property therein to be benefited by the improvements to be made, providing for the total estimated cost and expenses of improvements to be levied and assessed against the said lots and lands to be benefited by said improvements, providing for the issuance of bonds and payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements assessed against the said lots and lands, providing for the appointment of the city engineer to prepare the necessary plans and specifications for the improvements hereby ordered, and the preparation and filing of an assessment roll and a local improvement district report pursuant to the provisions of section 50-1712 Idaho Code, providing a procedure for the filing certification, notice of hearing, and confirmation of said assessment roll, and for the notice and payment of assessment installments so confirmed, creating certain funds and dockets, providing severability, and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Bless you.
It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.3 is also an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance and approval of the publication of ordinance summary amending Nampa City Code to add Title 5, Chapter 7, Sections 7-5-7-1 through 5715 relating to the licensing of massage establishments, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council adding Title 5, Chapter 7, Sections 571 through 5715 of the Nampa City Code relating to the licensing of massage establishments, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor, I move that we pass the ordinance under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield. Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The last item is an executive session, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C to acquire an interest in real property not owned by a public agency.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield. Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Jingula.